Don't you trust anyone here, you got me?
I'm gonna get Rip Burger even if I die trying.
Hello?
New critical hits boost, Marto _Varna just boosted mass effect 2. New critical hits boost, Marto _Varna just boosted mass effect 3. New critical hits boost, Marto _Varna just boosted Anachronox.
Move, move,
Critical hits
move.
boost,
Oh, move.
Multi-Dark
No.
Samus
No.
just boosted hits over Anakin, I have the Rogue Trader. Critical hits boost, Multi-Dark Samus just missed it, you underestimate my Andromeda.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to welcome to Wednesday. It's good to see. It's good to see you. What am I even saying? Welcome. Today is Wednesday, and we are going to play Sherlock Holmes. Second game, Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes, Case of the Rose Tattoo. We are going to continue the program. What am I even saying? Stop confusing me. You remember programming is the 80 clone? Chat. What are you doing to me? Okay. Let me try this again. Give me a moment. Hello everyone, welcome. Welcome Multi, Marto, Parrot, Ash, and any lurkers. Good to see you all. Today we are going to continue Sherlock Holmes, the Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes, Case of the Rose Tattoo. The game we started yesterday. We made plenty of progress, but I think the game is long, so I don't expect to finish it today, but I really enjoyed the game yesterday. You know, a few reviews I read, not really reviews like magazine reviews or anything, but just a few comments made by others made me feel like this game was quite a bit worse than the first one, but it really is not. It follows many of the same principles. You know, you gotta examine every hotspot, you gotta look at all of them, and then you gotta talk to people about them. The relevant dialogue options do not appear before you examine objects, and most of the game, most of the puzzles is examining the correct object and then confronting or asking someone about it. But you actually
It
know
is
again.
difficult to follow the
Look like
Jedi
Mitra
code
programming
when
stream.
so
Let's make
few
it happen.
others have,
Nah.
but you know this.
My programming skills are pretty bad. I'm okay with Firebot, but not much else. TIS 100 Monday stream? What is that? So yeah, I'm glad you were able to join me early in this stream. It's great to see you as always. And hopefully you're excited for Case of the Rose Tattoo, at least as much as I am. There was one really good puzzle, and I am hoping there would be more of those puzzles in this game. You know, nothing like that was in the first game, but this game actually gave me a pretty solid puzzle to deal with, which I really enjoyed. I'm hoping there will be more of that. Good to see you all. How is your Wednesday? How is your hump day? Hopefully you are not having an exceptionally busy day. We do have some boosts. Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3, Andromeda, Rogue Trader, and Anachronox. Thank you for your boosts, Multi and Marto. Much appreciated. You did enjoy Shenzhen. I have no idea. I think you're talking about old computers way before my time. In bed all day, same thing since 31st. Oh, you're still sick? Wow, buddy, you have been sick for a while. You've been in bed for 7 days? I'm sorry, that explains why you are not streaming at all. I mean, I knew you were sick. I assumed that you had maybe
Parrotwise just boosted the Elder Scrolls
at least got
Arena.
some better. Still recovering from a surgery. Wait, surgery? What surgery? When did you have a surgery? What happened?
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just roosted Torment, Tides of Numenera.
Why did you never tell us before? Hopefully it's nothing serious. They're programming games, except based on theoretical devices where puzzle is dealing with a highly limited system. Wait on the 31st.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just tooted Betrayal in Anthera.
Thank you for the boost, Parrot. Nothing serious, just a minor one. Okay. Alright, I'm glad, but even if it's a minor one, you do need to rest for a week, at the very least it seems. I hope you recover very quickly, and it doesn't have any, you know, more discomfort after you recover. Yeah, I didn't know about that, Marzo. Sorry, I assumed you were still sick, because I think you were sick a while ago. As a lot of us were, you know, the seasonal change maybe, I don't know. I don't know if it's another influenza or another epidemic, but everyone is sick recently. The last 2 months or so, I have heard everyone get sick and get better, basically. You're a person thinking of Java programming. If you choose a complete Python system, use actual programming. Can wait it since it won't run on Linux. Okay. I have played one programming game, and that was what was it called? Will I even be able to find it? What? Learn? While True Learn. Has anyone played While True Learn? It's a pretty fun game about programming and cats. I really enjoyed it when I played. They had to cut out the mole that started to become uncontrollably bigger. Since it was on your stomach, you have to lie down. Ah, I see. I see. Okay. Yeah, moles are... You never know what they are, right? It's probably better to take control of them if it's getting bigger. You don't make syntax errors, just happy triple. Yeah. Wish you a quick recovery, Marta. Anyway, yeah, we are listening to the OST of the first game because that's the one I can find on YouTube, not the second one. And I didn't want to listen to the intro sequence 100 times before we start the game. But that doesn't mean anything since we are starting the game. Let's go. So yesterday, we pretty much did the intro of the game, a lengthy intro. There was like a, I don't know, a couple of hours because I got fairly stuck. I didn't fully understand how the game worked and how the importance of clicking on every single hotspot and scanning every single pixel for hotspots was in this game. So it took us a while to, I cannot load, get through the Watson intro. And then we took control of the main character, Sherlock Holmes himself. I still cannot believe.
We could set the clocks by you, Mr. Holmes.
There's been a murder. Oh no.
In small
Hey, Alfie,
things
welcome.
only. Very
So
good, sir.
there hasn't been a murder. This is a different kind of case. Can I start the game, please? Hello. Can I load yet? Okay. I guess we have to go through this intro every time we start the game. Okay. So I'm not. Without going into too many details, there has been a bombing in a club where our brother hang out, and we have followed the clues, and we learned what the issue was. Hey Cherry, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Spoiler lurk, alright Parrot. Enjoy your lurk. I appreciate you being here. How are you, Cherry? How are you, Alpi? It's good to see you. Watson is the main character of all the books. It's been a while since you read Holmes. So Watson is who writes the books. The books are, as far as I know, are the journals of Watson telling the details of the cases that Sherlock Holmes takes. So this game works similarly. The first game also worked similarly. You control Sherlock. We don't listen to the story as being told by Watson. However, both games had journals, which details all the dialogues that we had in the game. So it's like Watson is writing the book right now. Hey Pugduck, welcome, welcome. Morning, morning. It's good to see you. Game looks cool. Thanks for Shadi. Of course, you're absolutely welcome. You're good. Finish your vacation today. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Sorry about your vacation ending. I have been watching you a little bit playing that new Abe game a few days ago. It looks really beautiful. Are you enjoying that, Chai? So without going into too many details, we have learned why the place was bombed, or why it might have been bombed. Apparently a formula is stolen or otherwise missing, and we have gotten the names of 7 suspects who could have had their hands on the formula and might have motive to steal it. And there is one more, that is the person, if it's a separate person, who has bombed the place. So there are 8 people, 7 of them we know the names, and 3 of them we know the addresses. So this is where we left off yesterday, and we are going to start by looking around and interrogating the first of the suspects. We have followed pretty much every lead other than the suspects themselves. We kind of wrapped it up yesterday, and today we will continue. It's never ending. It's that long. It's a great game. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Not your ducks. We do have ducks here. If you want some duck action, here's a duck for you. You finish Oddworld, hopefully get 2 new games. What 2 new games are you planning to get? So I hope you enjoyed the stream, enjoy the game. Let us start. Of course, we start this game by looking at every hotspot. So Chesterfield, is that the couch? One of the late Earls of Chesterfield, lacking the political ambitions and oratorical abilities of his illustrious predecessors, confined his interest to fashion and furniture. This tightly stuffed leather sofa bears his name. Death Stranding and Jedi Survivor. Okay. Both interesting games. Death Stranding is very interesting from what I have seen. Looks like simple enough gameplay, but I think the physics engine is pretty strongly built, and the story seems extremely interesting. Jedi Survivor is not my kind of game. Steam has a discount, I see. Death Stranding was given for free on Epic, I think. Of course, Pog, of course. You're absolutely welcome. A small tattered, not particularly clean woolen blanket lies crumpled beneath the table, a fragment of its faded bunting entwined in the lacquered legs. Hoop. A rigid circular band of metal is balanced against the wall. What did I click on? Ball. An elegant white jade dish sits beside a few paper-covered books. A small quantity of pink lozenges are scattered in the dish. Praying that today we'll be listening at work. Of course, Pagdag. Good luck with your work, and I appreciate you sticking around and lurking. Hey, 3 streams. Thank you, Pag. Let's taste the lozenges. Teleporting Sherlock. The lozenges are a particularly cloying and wild combination of mentha piperita. That medicinal peppermint has become a desirable confection is a hoax perpetrated by candy manufactured on children. Let's pick some up. I'm sure he won't mind. Carpets. A beautiful Persian carpet is partially rolled. The exposed parquet floor is in places severely scratched and stained by more than common shoe leather. A scale model of the locomotive and coal tender of the famous Flying Scotsman sits on the tracks. It appears to be constructed entirely of steel. The wheels would make a mess of any floor. A few freight cars are scattered about. Okay. Stilts. Circus clowns, pantomime actors, nimble children, and foolhardy adults use these long oak poles with footrest to walk about. Can we try it? Small sticky fingerprints marred all over portions of the portrait, and the initials VS have been shaken. What portrait? I didn't click on the portrait. Oh, we looked at the portrait. And the initials VS have been shakily carved in the south wood of the clock top. One might conclude that an undisciplined child has unfettered run of the house. Hey QP, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? The sconces, which were originally served by gas, have been wired and fitted with incandescent electric lamps of the SWAM design. The house is probably entirely electrified. An oil portrait of a vivacious young female dominates the room. Her lustrous red hair is complemented by a creamy complexion, bright blue eyes, and unaffected smile. If the artist has taken no liberties, she's a striking woman. I'm doing well, doing well. Thanks for asking. A tidy fire burns in the marble fireplace, more for aesthetic effects than for actual warmth or light. These doors lead to an exterior hallway and into Portrait Place. So where is the exit? Is this the exit? Back to what?
You find the woman in the painting beautiful, Watson.
Very lovely. I'm smitten.
Control yourself. Note the wedding ring. Mrs. Silverbridge, I shouldn't wonder.
One may admire without wishing to possess.
Your pardon, Doctor. It appears a child has been given the run of the house. Where is the lad?
At school, I should think. Or perhaps Silverbridge himself is of a juvenile turn of mind.
The puerile MP? They certainly act like children sometimes, but I doubt that explanation will serve in this instance.
Unless he has particularly small hands, that is.
The possessions suggest an active lad. Would you not agree, Watson?
My child's mind envies the bounty. Still,
Back to work after
he
2
seems
weeks.
a housebound boy.
Staycation.
And that can't be all good.
Is that a vacation where you stay at home? And you can't help but feel like your brain is like half capacity. Great mood, but just struggling for some productivity. Yeah. We did a staycation too. The middle-aged butler, whose accent and bearing bespeak his origin in the Yorkshire Dales as plainly as a parish certificate, guards Silverbridge's inner sanctum. He has all the marks of a trusted family retainer of long standing.
May I have a word with Mr. Silverbridge?
Without prejudice to your religious affiliation, Mr. Holmes, might he have your Christian name?
Holmes will suffice.
If you say so, sir. Please wait here.
The Christian name is the first name, right? I don't know why it's called the Christian name. The archway leads from the drawing room to the silver... Can we do something when he's away? It would be funny if he just left.
You're still here? I thought you might have tired of the wait.
What do you mean? Did he expect us to leave?
What is the problem, Hepplethwaite? Won't he see us?
As it happens, Mr. Silverbridge is indisposed and cannot be disturbed.
You gave him my name?
I did, and he does not know you. Mycroft Holmes, yes, but you, sir, he neither knows nor wishes to include in his acquaintance at present. May I show you to the door?
I can be reached at 221B Baker Street. Please tell him that I am available at his earliest convenience.
We cannot give a card. Can we do anything? Well, I suppose this wasn't fully wasted time. We got some lozenges.
Silverbridge has read the newspapers, I presume.
We have. His
You
sympathies
love these
to you.
Miss 7th Guest
The
graphics? You
master
never did this 7th
anticipates
Guest.
a
We
complete
should see if we can
recovery
dig it up.
for
I
Chairman
never
Holmes.
played 7th Guest,
That's
let
most
alone beat it.
reassuring.
I never played 7th Guest. I think I took a very short look at 11th Hour. I have played Mist a little bit, never finished it. I have played Riven a little bit, never finished it. I have taken a short look at Shivers. What else? You know, all of those first-person puzzle horror games. I think the one I played the most is Lighthouse, and I couldn't finish it either. 2000 more patient than you are with this kind of puzzle game. Well, I do enjoy them. I do love them a lot. So many of those games that I never actually played. I think there is one that I actually finished, and that's called Morpheus. It's one of the more obscure ones, but that's the one I really enjoyed. You beat Myst as a kid? Wow, that's really impressive. Myst is one of the more difficult ones. At least that's how it felt for me. Like mists, when I tried it, was, you know, it looked like insurmountable
Where
to
is
me.
the child whose toys litter the room?
It was very difficult.
Master Virgil's
I'd like to play
habits can be of
Lighthouse
no
again. Maybe I'll
concern
play it
to
on
you.
stream at some
If that's
point.
all, you may leave.
And could play Morpheus as well.
Talk of the boy seems to have struck a nerve.
His demeanour changed. But is the alteration significant? He might simply be one of those suffocatingly protective family retainers.
Perhaps, but I think I saw more than duty in his eyes.
Yeah, got it. I never really got off the main island, I think. I don't even remember if I solved the puzzle. Like a single puzzle. Maybe I should take a look at that game. Oh, examine the hoop. It's a child's toy. Rolling a hoop on the ground with a stick requires certain motor coordination and an ability to find pleasure in repetitive motion. This hoop is nearly new and not much used. I wonder if other context menu things have appeared. Verbs. Because this wasn't here, it appeared after the dialogue. So you gotta look at every hotspot, take every dialogue option, then look at every hotspot again. I was saying yesterday, I'm not particularly fond of this kind of puzzle design. But as long as I know this is what the game requires, I will do it. I think that's all. Come on. It'll probably be smooth like butter for me now. I don't know. I don't know about that. I appreciate the vote of confidence though. Maybe I'll play it someday. Yes, it has hotspots, true. It's a game that obfuscates important areas that drive you up the wall. It can be rather difficult to understand what is important if the names don't pop up, right? You will have to like click everywhere and hope that you find something. So we were here, we visited the first of those. The second is here. I will leave it to last. Let's go to Thomas Pratt's loft. Several oil-painted canvases of various sizes are stacked against one another. An unusual pillow sits beside two stiff cushions covered in needlepoint embroideries. The pillow's linen fabric has been decorated in the batik style. The highly stylized geometric design is a Ceylonese adaptation of a Javanese pattern traditionally reserved for royalty. This tripod is made of polished ebony and elephant hide. Seats of similar type support the backsides of Maharajas resting from the rigors of a tiger hunt. The finely crafted Carabao skin saddle is inscribed with the insignia of the 2nd Bangalore Pioneers, an Indian Army regiment. The official carbine holster has been modified to accommodate a pollen mallet. Mobile. This is called a mobile. A delicate, dynamic and charming sculpture is suspended from the ceiling by wires. The carefully balanced parts are set in motion by air currents. A painted plaster statuette of a Renaissance matron stands discordantly beside an amphora of recent manufacture. If the statue signifies his representational taste, the artist's avoidance of that genre must be appreciated if not applauded. Hello Retroghost, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. How are you doing? Given the building's design, the door can lead to a fire escape. The door is fitted with the deadbolt lock, which is in the locked position.
Throw away that stick, young fool.
Hey,
Your
Chaos!
views on magic can't begin to touch
Ash.
me.
That is a very nice roll, Ash. The archway, which leads from the studio to the loft's other room, is covered with strings of amber beads, a most peculiar and
Hello,
outlandish
my
arrangement.
friend. Stay a while and listen.
Hey, like it came. Don't tell Bugu you rolled low. Easel. On a stretched and treated canvas, the artist has begun a disorganized composition. His subject could be no less clear than had he dipped two rambunctious snakes in paint and let them have their way with canvas. This crudely fashioned open box with its cloth curtain closure serves as a closet. Paints, pigments, brushes, glues, canvas cutters, and a bespattered blue beret are strewn over the table. Conspicuously absent from the room's only flat surface are personal mementos and writing materials. Flagrant for its incongruity. Incongruity? What is incongruity? Is a long, thin, straight pin. That's pin. This steel pin with an imitation mother-of-pearl head is of the type used by ladies to affix their bonnets to their coiffeurs. I think it's coiffeur. The French for hair stylists. It's the word we use in Turkey as well, in Turkish. Coiffeur. Incongruity definition out of place, something that doesn't fit in its location or situation. Okay. Incompatibility. Thank you, both of you. The blackened tip has been sharpened and may have been held over a flame. Its unexpected presence alone makes it interesting. Coif originally was a hat. Hey, Enlightened, welcome. Yeah, I know what a coif is. It changed to hair after. Oh, so coiffeur makes hats maker? How are you, Enlightened? I never thought about it. I knew coif was kind of a headwear. There was another word for a hat maker in English. What was it? I'm sure someone will remind me. Not sure what it means here. I mean, it's a hat pin, so probably affix their bonnets to their coiffeurs. Coiffure, something. Dustbin. A hammered thin waist basket is stationed under the table. Coiffeur is hairdresser. Oh, coiffure is hairdressing. Coiffure. Okay, so how is it pronounced? So I was misreading it. In some games, the other word for a hat is DLC. DLC? Yeah, okay, I understand what you mean. But that was, what was it? Not Miller. I'm not remembering the word. Anyway, so it's coiffure. Affix their bonnets to their coiffures. Coiffure. Okay. Well, I hope I'm reading it right. This carved chase, covered in costly brocade, is emblematic of the room. Unconventional, functionally suspect, and artistically mannered. It is the room of a man wanting to be taken for a bohemian bon vivant. Thank you, Parrots. I think that's all. That is the exit. We cannot open this door. The archway, which leads from the studio to the loft's other room, is covered with strings of amber beads, a most peculiar and outlandish arrangement. Mrs. Mason's generous and experienced use of cosmetics suggests a tenure in the music halls. Her widow's weeds connotes respectability, though it must be observed that black shows her pearls and her figure to advantage.
Anything worthy of our immediate attention, Doctor?
This woman is passing strange. What is she doing here?
She's nosy, I suspect, and lonely. But I'm sure she believes she's protecting her investment, completely within her rights as a landlady.
She has peculiar ideas of a cleaning costume. Proof that beauty is vain.
Proverbial wisdom has it that one can be cured.
Imagine saying all of those about the
vanity.
woman when the woman is
We may
standing
have
right
cause
in
to
front
test
of
the
you.
truth of that pearl.
Like half a meter away. This woman, I don't know what he's doing. He's so weird. Don't you think, Holmes? Yeah, I do think so, Watson. She's a bit weird. Look at her looking at us as we talk about her right in front of her.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Mason. Is Mr. Pratt available?
No, he's not. A more's the pity. Out entirely too often. Probably carousing with undesirables. Mr. Mason always said, and he knew.
Our business is rather urgent, madam. When will he return?
For all he confides in me.
We have
I
most
might
certainly
leave a
heard
jar.
this voice actor before with another woman. It's the same. It's the nurse. The nurse in the... not the matron, but the nurse in the patient room. Same voice actor.
May we examine the premises?
I thought you had a look of prospective tenants. These rooms are entirely reasonable and well maintained. Rather like myself.
Mr. Pratt is giving up the flat?
He's in arrears. I'm thinking of eviction.
Might we see the other room?
That would be highly improper, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Pratt doesn't even like me in there. He may be irresponsible, but he has some claim to privacy.
Has Pratt had any recent callers?
I'm hardly his keeper, Mr. Holmes. But since you ask, no. And no surprise either, moody as he is.
The room lacks traditional amenities, and the decor is rather eccentric, wouldn't you say?
Indeed, and him a civil servant. Oh, but he was born in India, you see. Quite bohemian, raised like a gypsy.
I fail to grasp the connection between bad taste and gypsies.
Never had a proper English family. No one to show him the right way. Artisans and habits, careless in dress. Housekeeping not above reproach. If I didn't tidy occasionally, his room would be a sty.
Ah, yes, I understand that type of remark all too well.
Is there a thing in London or England? Do the landladies and landlords tidy your room for you? You know, do your cleanup? Are they sort of owner of the house slash the maid? Or maybe it was a thing in the 1800s?
Have you had any recent word of Pratt, Mrs. Mason?
Not a syllable. No doubt he's idling somewhere in the devil's grasp, abusing mind and body with strong drink and who knows what else.
Let's see if we can give her something.
Beware, the Lord of the Land approaches.
Okay. Have you ever played any of the PC games in the Cameron File series? No. Secret of Loch Ness, Pharaoh's Curse. I have heard of the Secret of Loch Ness, Secret at Loch Ness. This is the first time I'm hearing of Pharaoh's Curse, but no, I haven't played them. Those are kind of like Siberia, right? Am I wrong? 3D third person point and click, not point and click. Well, point and click adventures. Okay, there doesn't seem to be much else we can do here.
May I leave my card with you?
I'm not his personal secretary, Mr. Holmes.
Nor did I presume it. Perhaps you could send a note to 221B Baker Street when he returns.
I suppose I might. I'll tell him you were here.
I would be grateful for your trouble.
Why don't you walk slower, Sherlock? And Watson is still examining the woman. What a weird woman. Okay. Let's go to the last one. This is not going well.
How may I help you, gentlemen?
These are adventures. Graphics are dated. No correlation Siberia graphics and play. Oh, really? It doesn't even look like that? I guess I had the wrong impression of the games. The ginger portraits depict classic Vikings, square chins, long-headed and fair. They are likely Lawton's ancestors. Their shared characteristics are so dominant, one wonders, despite the claims of science, if they had mothers. Wow. Is that an insult? The Queen Anne style couch, more a la mode in the previous generation, is serviceable. Many of the room's furnishings would benefit from strenuous applications of cleaning solvent and or elbow grease. Okay, so we can say that this room isn't being used much or cleaned. The leather-covered album is fitted with a conventional-looking brass clasp. Such books are commonly used for storing stamps, photographs, drawings, poems, or other collectible ephemera. Hey Draven, welcome. How are you, Draven? It's good to see you. The album is locked. Some scratches are visible around the simple lock. Someone was very careless with the key or tried to force the clasp with another implement. Two obeisons tied with girodes. I have no idea what any of those words mean. Notes cover portions of the parquet floor. Age has somewhat dimmed their colors, but a vigorous wash and brush would partially restore their erstwhile brilliance. Given the style of house, these heavy hinged double doors likely open to a library. Hey, 3-strip streak. Thank you, Draven. Obuson apparently is a tapestry. But they are carpets. Did they put the tapestries on the ground? Is that a thing? Is that normal practice? The cabinet of this ebony grand Bosendorfer glistens. Unlike much of the room, the piano shows evidence of regular polishing. A neat red box sits beside the music stand. Google's output, alright. Thank you, Enlightened. The delicate box is covered in red silk. It is new and unmarked. Such boxes are often used by jewelers. The new cherry wood music stand suggests that pianist often accompanies at least one other musician or vocalist. Maybe if we can send this guy away, we can open the box. Covered in red silk, new and unmarked. These fitted peg stairs to the Holmes' private rooms are superbly crafted. Their elegance notwithstanding, a good scrub and polish would not come amiss. I suspect he will stop us, but let's try.
That portion of the house is closed, sir. We simply don't have the staff.
Would you describe me as a tactful person, Watson?
No.
That is not the first adjective that springs to mind, though you might learn tact. Dame Experience is the best teacher, though we often suffer by her tutelage.
What was that about? He's probably going to stop us, so let's try opening first. The doors are locked. Presumably Jenkins has the key. Dissonant music and the distinctive click of ivory billiard balls are audible. Couldn't care less. Okay, Jenkins. Accepting the powder on his trousers and blue stain between his left thumb and index finger, Lord Loughton's man perfectly represents the public's image of a butler.
I am Sherlock Holmes. Might I have a word with Lord Loughton, please?
Might I say, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Holmes, and Dr. Watson, I presume. I'll see if his lordship is at home.
He's playing billiard in there. Can we climb now? Okay.
Do you require constant supervision, Mr. Holmes?
Oh yeah.
Sorry, just curious.
Lord Loughton regrets that he is not at home. You may leave your card if you wish.
If he's not at home, how did he tell you that he regrets not being at home, huh? Jenkins, Can you explain that?
You've been having a good run at the table?
Decent. I'm playing defensively. Left his lordship without much to shoot at. He'd never win a game if I knew the diamond system.
Please inform Lord Loughton that this is not a social call. We have critical business to discuss with him.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. That may make a difference to him.
And if you don't fetch the Lord, I'm going to hit you like I hit this couch. Like this. Can we talk to Watson?
Is there any expression more infuriating and idiotic than that one?
What are you rattling about, Holmes?
At home, that's what. Ridiculous locution. He either tells us that Loughton's at home, which we already know, or claims that Loughton is not at home, which is demonstrably false. The whole business makes a liar of him, and fools of us.
Calm yourself. It's merely a social convention.
Well, it's daft, and more inconvenient than most of those ridiculous relics. If the man won't see us in, what's wrong with plain English?
I kinda agree.
The house has rather gone to seed.
Is it unseemly to wonder at the causes of its decline?
On the contrary, it would be unnatural not to. The details could be quite delicious. The decline appears to have been precipitous.
There may have been tragedy or financial misadventure. It would be indecent to speculate.
Rubbish. Few human activities are so banal as to be undeserving of healthy curiosity. Reversal of fortune is by definition interesting. You've remarked, I imagine, that Jenkins is devoted to billiards.
Indeed. The quantity of chalk dust on his waistcoat bespeaks a pathological compulsion.
Watson is
more
for
than a
putting up a
relaxing
Sherlock.
diversion.
I wonder if I might somehow use his devotion to the game.
I think they're both heroes in different ways. It's like Watson is kind of tempering Sherlock in a way, allowing him to function in society while it's actually Sherlock doing the work. Okay, do I have to do this again? They are still playing billiards? Fine, I will have to climb your stairs then, if that's what you want me to do. Then I shall. That should summon you.
No, my lord, I will not. Do you require constant supervision, Mr. Holmes?
Sorry, just curious.
Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, my lad.
Malad? Where's Malad? I don't see anybody. Is your lord a ghost?
My position requires further reflection. Billiards is fascinating, don't you think?
What is this game with 2 white balls and 1 red? 3 cushions? Does it have 2 whites and 1 red? No. It has 1 white and 1 red and another red or another color? I forget now. It's been a long time. Never played a game of Red Ball. Is this game called Red Ball? An enormous billiard table with beautifully lathid mahogany legs dominates the room. The master builders at Brunswick of Dusseldorf have used a single piece of felt-covered slate for the playing surface to ensure a true roll. You completely made that up. Everyone takes turns with their own white ball, hitting the red ball for no reason. Okay, interesting game. Talc. It's not polarized, unscented talc sits on the table. The French powder absorbs excess moisture and reduces friction, so the cue slides smoothly across the player's bridge hand. Don't they have the gloves back then? Maybe not. You know, the gloves for these fingers only, and the rest of the hand. It should have been obvious the table cannot be shifted by a mere mortal. The elephant that supplied the ivory for the billiard balls would have had difficulty moving it. Would have had. 4 tapered leather dipsticks stand in a rack. They are presumably intended for Lord Lawton's guests. Disparate posings cannot conceal the fact that these 2 persons are Lawtons. Their clothing suggests that they are too old to be siblings of the present lord, but maybe his aunt and uncle. Built at the Edison Works in America some years ago, this early gramophone poorly reproduces music that has been poorly recorded on tin cylinders. Built-in bookcases surround the fireplace. The library appears to be a conventional collection of classics from the history of Western civilization. All volumes appear to have been printed by the same publisher. The books are papier-mâché models of the same, cleverly positioned for verisimilitude. What became of the real books that stood here? Lord Lawton cares about books, but not so much that he needs to keep the real article. The books are all one piece and cannot be removed. Oh no, it is The Game. Has anyone watched that movie, The Game? A coal fire barely warms the granite fireplace in which it burns. The grate is nearly choked with debris. A few familiar knickknacks and 2 silver-framed silhouettes are strewn on the mantel. The subject's resemblance to the other male portraits in the house mark this worthy as a Lawton. However, his informal clothes, laughing eyes, and twisted lip give the impression of a country outlaw. He may have been both. If the burns which pock and mar the oakwood surface of this old-style whist table are any indication, more than the immediate Lawton family played long rubbers here. To avoid the dreaded miscue, an experienced player rubs this small cube of royal blue chalk against the leather tip of his cue before attempting a shot. The Viscount of Kilgarren, scion and sole direct descendant of Anglo-Irish nobility, is a liberal member of the House of Commons. The scandal rags report that a series of fiscal misadventures and gambling indiscretions have reduced him to want. Despite his stature, he has a small reputation as a ladies' man.
Do you recall that gouty old fellow from Hampshire, Watson? Kept gerbils?
I do, Holmes. His affliction was so advanced, we swore he could chalk his billiard cue with his knuckles.
Very economical, I suppose. At my brother's request, I'm looking into the disappearance of the formula from the ministry.
And as a courtesy to your brother, I interrupt my leisure to receive you, but you abuse civility. The committee eventually judged that so-called disappearance to be unworthy of our attention. Evidently not dissuaded by our good sense, you come here to waste my time.
I could understand it. After investigation and due deliberation, you had concluded that nothing untoward had occurred. But such was not the case. Why was the inquiry so precipitously and inconclusively terminated?
I won't be cross-questioned by you, Mr. Holmes, on this or any other subject.
Oh, yes, you will. Yes, you will.
Are you aware that Mycroft has been injured in an explosion?
I'm sorry, but that's hardly my affair.
I think an attempt was made on his life. The blast was related to the disappearance of the formula.
It's the nature of your business to think so, isn't it? Conspiracy theories are mother's milk to the consulting detective.
Are you purposely offensive or merely obdurate?
It is not my intention to be either. But if I am, it does not concern me. You have no position, no standing, and no authority.
I'm standing right here. Okay. That didn't work. I don't think it had an effect.
We know Lawton doesn't want to talk. We don't know why.
An accurate, though not particularly helpful observation.
Has the subject closed his mouth? He may be more forthcoming on less volatile topics.
Besides which fork to use with the fish course?
A touch, Watson. A distinct touch, for all his information may be worth.
Oh, wait. Are we going to bribe him? Is that what we mean? No. Oh. Sure.
The fact that you are Mycroft's brother and that he wished to speak with you appears unarguable. It is likewise immaterial, inconsequential, and no concern of mine.
Mine. Really? Did we accomplish nothing here then? Game. Walking, that always gets me in this game. Slowly walking. I don't know if we can do anything here. Doesn't look like we can.
Are you
Stop walking slow. Don't tell him that. He's going to stop walking altogether. Maybe I can show it to Watson. No effect. Maybe I can start breaking his cues. How about that? Okay, I don't think we can do anything here.
Why have some of the furnishings been allowed to deteriorate?
Want of money, of course. The present Lord's personal habits have impoverished us and ruined our reputation.
I'm sorry, Jenkins. It must be a sore trial for you. Jenkins, I need to speak with Lord Lawton again.
If I disturb him without cause, Mr. Holmes, he won't come out, you won't get in, and I'll be sacked. He's in that foul a mood since the last time.
Okay, okay. So we were done there, I see. I brought money. No? Oh, card. I'll give you my card. If the game lets me. Okay, Cherry. I appreciate the lurk. Good luck with the rest
I am
of your
always
day.
available at 221B Baker Street.
I'm always available for you, Jenkins, if you know what I mean.
Don't forget to drink water.
That's a good idea. Let me drink some water. Thank you, Cherry. Okay. Well, I guess we are done here as well, at least for now.
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted tactics. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted arcs. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted sacred.
Thank you for the boost, Scoopy. Okay, I guess we are leaving. Well, we are out of leads. What now? I guess we go back home. See if has anyone called us, summoned us.
You got clouds of your own.
Has anyone been lurking about 221B, Wiggins?
Not that I noticed.
Nothing.
Give me a word of...
Oh. Would you want some of these? No? No. Okay.
Will you share your thoughts about our case, Watson?
Oh, I regret my head is as empty as my pockets, Holmes.
Hey, Sangnif. Welcome. How are you? Can we do anything inside? Maybe examine something? Analyze something? Oh.
Come in, Mrs. Hudson.
You had a day off. Nice.
It's
What are
from
you
the
doing
yard,
on your
Watson.
day off, Simon?
Listen, a body pulled from the Thames at the Needle is not the usual
Any
type.
fun plans?
Conventional identification, impossible. Ticket stubs from the Whitehall line suggest a civil servant. As you aren't currently engaged, you might find it diverting. I would welcome your assistance.
Okay.
Respectfully, G. Lestrade.
Ah, look at Lestrade.
Very civil of him. He wants your help.
Well, we
Guess
won't
I
throw
was
it
shit sorry
away.
to hear that,
Keep
Simon.
it for a rainy day, but I have other fish to fry.
Telegram. Well, at least we have a new lead. This is so difficult. It's something to do with the frame rate, I wonder. So I talk to Watson and then go see Lestrade.
That a corpse has eclipsed the imagination of Scotland Yard is hardly remarkable.
Have you deduced the cause of death? Was it murder, misadventure, or natural causes?
Suicide, I shouldn't wonder. The body is obviously unrecognizable, perhaps from being submerged for a time.
What are you
Might we
talking about? We
solve
haven't
the
even
mystery for
been
him?
there.
Lestrade evidently thinks so. On the other hand, he may simply be trying to occupy me. His idea of kindness.
A kind thought must count for something.
You have a more generous disposition than I, Watson. Return to the hunt, eh, Watson?
As you say, Holmes, return by all means.
Alright, it's the coat wearing ceremony. That takes half an hour. The actors get into position. Let's just go. Let's go to the morgue. No, let's go see Lestrade first, maybe. Oh wait, what is this? There's a new place. Oh, is that where the corpse was found?
Which is more...
You just started a new job that you don't actually know how to do. Yesterday you didn't have ADHD meds. The day was kind of claustrophobic. Oh, you still couldn't find your meds, Sangnef? Ah, that's rough.
I need details of the corpse you hauled from the Thames, Lestrade.
Middle-aged, on the thin side of average, shot in the head, cavernous hole, dead before he hit the water.
The crime was witnessed?
No. A riverman may have heard the shots. He found the body by the Needle. He'll collect £50 for the corpse. Claims to know nothing about how it got there.
You believe him?
These river chaps are a dodgy lot. He'll volunteer anything that turns a profit and nothing that won't. But I don't think he did the murder.
I see.
Where can I find this worthy?
The body's at Bart's, not a pretty sight. His face is gone. Can't even tell what colour his eyes were. The rest of him's all right. Hadn't been in the water long.
I was referring to the riverman.
Ah! Needham's his name. Constable on the scene took all the particulars. He's at the Needle. You remember P.C. Roach?
I've been trying to forget him for years. Still adrift in a sea of paperwork, Lestrade.
I'm drowning, Mr. Holmes. Going down for the third time.
Any more information about the corpse from the embankment?
Nothing you don't know about. It looks like a random robbery and murder. Much obliged to you for looking into it.
Sergeant, what's in the evidence chest at the moment?
What in particular were you wanting to find?
Anything unexpected?
Your methods are strange and wonderful, Mr. Holmes. And just between you and me, there's nothing in there but my dinner and a flask of coffee. Is that unexpected?
Not really, thank you.
Can I have your dinner?
Was a weapon recovered with the corpse you dragged from the Thames embankment?
No, Mr. Holmes.
Where are the victim's effects?
I assume the ME at Bart's has them.
You understand we need to be more circumspect than usual, Watson.
You've always kept your own counsel while sharing an investigation.
True, but I've generally told Lestrade what I thought he needed to know about a given inquiry. Presently, I'm not certain what that might be. It's obvious Mycroft did not want official involvement in this matter.
Then keep a close watch on your emotions, and I'll keep my tongue between my teeth.
Is there anything here to detain us further, Watson?
I don't think so, Holmes. But you often extract valuable nuggets from what I have deemed a tapped-out vein.
Does the inspector require any more information in your judgment?
I think he has quite enough to occupy his attention.
Okay. Not Luke, no.
What do you know about the corpse just pulled from the Thames?
Oh, about half a crown's worth.
At that depressed price, I'll assume against all odds that your information is worth even less than usual.
Well, here's a free sample. The Yard thinks it's a strong-arm robbery gone wrong. Victim's watch and wallet are missing. The inquest is scheduled Thursday next.
As I suspected, such information is nearly worthless. A trip to the Yard is never a happy event.
No sane person ever mistook the occasion as an opportunity for social, intellectual, or cultural enrichment.
You're right. Let's check the morgue first, I guess. Have you missed us?
Matron, we are going to the morgue.
My register requires an entry concerning the purpose of your intrusion.
We are here to speak to Dr. McCabe in his capacity as principal officer of the coroner's inquest.
Is this the new guy? No, this is the old guy. This is the faceless. An extremely thin male form of average height is stretched out on the autopsy slab. His legs are covered with a grey rough wool blanket of a type commonly used by the medical examiner's office and the police. The front of his head is not distinguishable as a face.
Anything of significance, Watson?
Lestrade must have been desperate to call. How are even you to identify the unidentifiable?
My vanity believes he considers me to be the highest court of appeal in detection, but more likely I am his last resort. Observations, Doctor.
Undernourished, reasonably well-formed, white male, age between 30 and 40. No obvious physical abnormalities. Nicely shaped hands, showing no recent history of manual labor.
A description that might fit 200,000 men in Greater London.
You would add?
He was right-handed, an occasional painter, oils I think, suffered from dandruff and smoked heavily.
I see the ink on his index finger and paint under his nails. The dandruff is obvious, but I see no nicotine stains on his fingers.
Nor do I. Note the discoloration around what remains of his upper lip. That is not a powder burn. I assume he used a holder, or perhaps he smoked a pipe.
Wow. You got all that from this look.
I'd like to...
He's in number 2.
Number 2.
Doctor, did your examination reveal anything else of interest?
Well, his lungs were in deplorable shape. Tobacco, I should think. Alcohol had begun to ravage his liver and kidneys. I would characterize his general condition as dilapidated.
Okay. Which one is number 2? The frigid drawer has given Sir Hubert's skin a decidedly blue tinge. Is that it? Is that all? Oh, we can open all of them. Okay.
You cannot amuse yourself at my patient's expense, Mr. Holmes. Your brief from Lestrade does not cover every corpse in London.
We couldn't do anything here.
Lestrade's missive suggests a problem of identification. Is it real or apparent?
Very real. Extremely difficult case from his point of view.
We must stop meeting like this, Dr. McCabe.
I'd prefer a chin wag at my local over a pint and game of darts, but I doubt that's quite in your line.
You might be surprised. Inspector Lestrade has asked me to help identify the body that was pulled from the Thames. Is he on the slab?
I wish Lestrade had informed me of his intention. You know my practice in these matters.
Nationwide? Which nation is this? Not worldwide?
What can you tell me about this victim's cause of death?
The formal cause was a massive cerebral hemorrhage. The efficient cause were bullets of large caliber fired from point-blank range.
Drowning and suicide can be dismissed then. I've been experimenting with ballistics. You have the bullets?
Useless fragments. I disposed of them. The large pieces.
Yeah, I read what was discussed before. I was
cavernous
curious about the article's origin. It seems to talk about the shortage in US, but according to what you're all saying, it's in also many other countries.
One bullet would certainly have done the job, Doctor. Thoughts?
The killer was a vicious psychopath.
Likely, but incomplete, I think.
If you say so. My interests are with the victim. Yours reside in the murderer. I prefer my work.
Might I examine the body?
I know your methods, Mr. Holmes. Observation is your watchword.
Its corollary is that without knowledge, observation and deductions are worth nothing. Currently, I have very little knowledge. I hope to amend the deficiency. Could I see the victim's effects?
You know where I keep them, and it's only the clothes. He came in without shoes, and his pockets were empty.
Indeed. Most peculiar. Most interesting.
So it was a mugging. Even the shoes
Dr.
were checked.
McCabe, please inform me if your examinations divulge anything of further interest.
I will indeed,
That's
Mr.
what I would
Holmes,
think,
and
Pugdog.
vice
That's
versa,
exactly what I would think.
please.
You may depend upon it.
That's what they do.
Has anybody come to view this victim? Or any of your cases?
No recent visitors, Mr. Holmes. Not many seem to have your interest in the subject.
Okay. Smell. The stench of the polluted Thames, and the smell of cordite make it impossible to detect whether the victim wore a discernible cologne or smoked a particular cigar. Don't go around sniffing. I cannot help it. I'm sorry. It's my weakness. Oh. There is a rose tattoo on the guy's butt. Dun, dun, dun. A red rose attached to its thorny stem is skillfully engraved on the victim's buttock. Drawn to scale, the brilliant colors of the tattoo start in contrast with the unnatural pallor of the victim's otherwise unblemished backside. The corpse lies prone on the table, indicating that Dr. McCabe has completed a conventional autopsy on the victim's viscera. Viscera? The victim's face has been obliterated, replaced by a raw, gaping wound. Only a portion of his clean-shaven mouth and chin remains whole. Let's smell the rose tattoo close by. I think that's what it means.
Have you ever seen a tattoo like this one, Doctor?
Never. Not the usual subject matter.
Smelt you.
Incas, lions, dragons and such.
Indeed, a delicate Tudor rose, the emblem of England. A unique design, colours and placement, overall quite remarkable. He wears the rose of youth upon him, the bard says.
I've always been partial to Antony and Cleopatra.
Why do you think the killer used 2 bullets, Watson?
An accident or fluke. There may be no cogent reason whatsoever.
Nonsense. It was intentional. He wished to complicate identification of the victim, but the killer also told us about himself. He wanted to punish as he killed. Why, I wonder?
That's grotesque, Holmes. Perhaps incompetence was the reason, or panic. You always
I think
suspect
Sherlock
the
is
worst of
particularly
people.
known
It is a
for
matter of no small regret,
his,
Watson, that many of my
smelling and
low,
tasting
mean-spirited suspicions turn out to be
skills.
well-founded.
I mean, he has good powers of deduction, but I don't think he has particularly exceptional eyesight. But I think his, smelling and tasting senses are particularly refined. So, as a D&D character, I think he would get bonus to smelling checks on top of perception, I would say.
A highly unusual, if not unique design. Comments, Doctor?
I will defer to your judgment, Holmes. I can't recall seeing anything like it in your monograph on tattoos and scarification.
I have some thoughts, but they can wait.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I think we are done here. Let's see Minecrafts while we are here. Oh, hello? Where'd you take my bro? Where'd you take my bro? Nurse. Stop eating cigarette butts, Bug Dog.
What's happened here? Where is my brother, sister?
Doctor says he requires complete quiet. Matron has moved him to a private room. I had to report her intrusion, you see. She was displeased. He'll receive no more visitors here, Mr. Holmes. Matron has decreed it.
I won't be distracted by that Gorgon's machinations.
Let us press on, Holmes. I doubt Mycroft could tell us more at present.
His written account is intentionally brief. We could use his guidance and prodigious memory.
Let us not regret what we cannot have. Your mind is equal to our task.
My thanks for your confidence, Watson. I hope it is not misplaced.
Okay, then. Then it is a solo Holmes run. Well, I guess, and a Watson. I shall not forget this treason, though, nurse.
Matron, what have you done with my brother?
He is safely beyond your reach, Mr. Holmes. You have no respect for regulations or your brother's condition. And you are not above extortion. But I must do my duty. You could put me on the rack, and I would not divulge his whereabouts.
Don't tempt me. Come, Watson.
This is not over, Matron. This is war.
If we come here again, I'll be entitled to call McKay by his Christian name.
Lead on, Holmes.
So there are no new places, except this. The lamps are always lit on this side of the river, set low in sunlight, high in the evening, or when the fog thickens. Fine iron casting is the hallmark of the lamps and benches along this portion of the embankment. Completed in 1870, the Victoria Embankment extends from the Houses of the Parliament to the city. It is made of solid granite and holds back the wildly fluctuating tides from the Thames left bank. Nearly 70 feet high, this red granite obelisk was erected in Heliopolis by Thutmose III in 1475 BC. In the decades since it came to London, its intriguing hieroglyph inscriptions have suffered corrosive damage from pollution. Cuisine of various fantasy races.
Move along. This is the site of an official police investigation.
Do we have to go through this again? My man.
You can read, can't you,
Is
Roach?
that canon?
Lestrade has requested my assistance.
Which dwarves? Which elves?
No need to be snide, Mr. Holmes.
For
I'm just
getting
following
rounds?
orders. Following orders, the last refuge of the immoral and the inept. What's that?
Are you threatening me with your baton?
Constable, it's Sherlock Holmes. I'd like to survey the scene. There's a murder inquiry hereabouts. You know Inspector Lestrade don't tolerate intruders at our investigations.
Did I not just show you the permission paper?
Your predilections notwithstanding, I will examine the scene, Constable. I don't like interference, Mr. Holmes. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Might try to make me look bad. That wouldn't be difficult, but I have better things to do. I'm sure Lestrade would be stupefied if you've discovered anything of interest. I applied my eagle eye to the area. There's nothing here. Better light might reveal more. And the skills of the investigator are not unimportant. Precisely why I'm on the case. There's men for the job. I know a crime when I see it.
You do?
Very sly. But I doubt your vigilance will be rewarded. Who's to say? I'll be pushing off soon for my tea. What can you tell me about the crime, Constable? Why Lestrade needs you is beyond me. Seems like you're always begging information from us. As you haven't solved the case, perhaps you might humour the inspector and simply answer the question? The victim was shot at close range by an unknown assailant. Probably happened nearby and recently. The body ended up in the river. A wherryman fished it out. That's it. Where might I find the wherryman? Body's name is Needham. Jesse Needham. Lives off the Aldgate High Street. 6 Half Moon Passage. If you're planning a visit, consider a firearm. The inspector always takes a pistol east of Bishopsgate.
I've got my fists of steel. Oh, your doctor finally prescribed ADHD
Permission
medicine.
or no,
QP?
Mr. Holmes. You've got no use for that hook. Don't mess with it. It weren't used to retrieve the body.
Well, that's good. A stiff hickory pole is attached by a clip to the wall. The business end of the pole is an iron hook. In skillful hands, it could be used to catch a landing line or even snatch a child from the river.
Permission or no, Mr. Holmes. You've got no use for that hook. Don't mess...
Okay. We showed this. Anything else can be used on this scene. Let's try. Should I actually try a firearm? I mean, there is one at home, I know, but it's not really used for safety. It's a show weapon.
Ismail Pasha's gift looks hauntingly mysterious in this light.
And you can't see the damage wreaked by coal dust and the climate. A decade in England has mutilated the obelisk more than 3 millennia in Egypt. It's sickening.
The dolt called me an intruder. Can you credit it?
He's either ignorant or intentionally insulting.
A little of both. The moronic and the abusive are evenly matched in his character. Let's be off, Watson. I didn't really want to be here anyway.
We came here for good reasons, Holmes. Official rudeness or incompetence does not diminish their validity.
The language in the game, sometimes it's testing the limits of my English knowledge as well.
Have you used your torch on these stairs? No.
Apt writing.
It's at the station. Blasted nuisance to carry around. But critical for such an investigation, I should think. I got on with a half packet of matches. Very illuminating.
Okay. Let's go. You know what? Let's get a save. Game cannot be saved at this time. Two Vermin. Wow. Okay. The stained and splintered oars of Needham's Wherry are the precious companions of his life, nearly old enough to have propelled a Roman galley across the channel, across the channel. They are the means by which he ekes his living. An antiquated seaman's chest sits at the foot of a simple cot. Its splintered lid and corroded metal fittings render it unfit to fulfill the purpose for which it was intended.
What do you think you're doing, mate? You got no business here.
Empty unlabeled bottles litter the floor. They once held gin of an extremely inferior character. Without evidence identifying Needham as a miniature shipbuilder, one may surmise that the bottles are refillable. Irregularly sized windows are randomly inserted in the smoke-stained plaster walls. Those windows that have not been covered with tar paper are dirty and admit little light. Given the aquatic provenance of many of the room's effects, this imitation turner was probably rescued from the Thames. Modern Londoners have not abandoned the centuries-old habit of tossing the ephemeral and the unloved into the flowing refuse bin. More bottles. Despite its dimensions, the hearth provides little light and less warmth. A diminutive morsel and damp coal produces more smoke than fire. What is this? Is this a cat? Looks like a lion cat. Oh, there's a rat here. A rough crate is filled with flammable materials. There are a few small chunks of coal, unfinished timber and furniture fragments, some from once elegant pieces. All this refuse appears to have been extracted from the Thames. Okay, rummage.
What do you think you're doing, mate? You got no business there.
Have you noticed, Doctor, that the East End reduces life to basics?
If you mean it appears a mere struggle for survival, Holmes, I do.
Hobbes was right, I fear. Existence on these terms is solitary, nasty, brutish, and short. What do you make of the environs, Watson?
Very little, Holmes. Being here is singularly depressing.
Quite. Not 3 miles from the Houses of Parliament, the storied amenities of the Empire appear a very different thing.
Okay, let's talk to the guy himself. Needham's hooked nose and ruffled head are reminiscent of Dickens' fictional bird of prey. This raptor is real. His dark hooded eyes roam the small circuit of his cage. They rest momentarily on a spot near his squalid cot, then dart again. What is the spot near the cot? Are those shoes? Are these the shoes of the guy who was... Oh, these shoes must be that guy's. He's took them off the corpse. Probably took everything else as well. Then reported the body. He put the shoes here to dry. A pair of serviceable black leather shoes, not recently polished and in need of resoling, dries by the fire. The shoes are not particularly good quality, but they are as incongruous here as a pair of pink silk ballet slippers. Yeah. So the guy took the stuff, so it wasn't a mugging gone wrong. It was murder.
Tell me about the corpse you pulled from the river, won't you?
I told the old Bill what I knowed. I was sculling near the Whitehall steps when I heard pistol shots. A little later I comes across a fresh stiff floating face down. I put one and one together, hauled him up from the Needle and waited for a copper.
These steps are a good bit west of the Needle, and the tide was running out to sea. You were lucky to catch up with the body.
If you've seen the body, you got an odd notion of luck. The police were satisfied.
Have you done army service, Needham?
I wouldn't say no to the Queen's shilling, but I never fancied work on land.
The Navy, then? You were a sailor?
Never. Bunch of ponces in uniform, couldn't navigate a drainage ditch. Seen them struggle in the Deptford Reach, just running with the tide.
What were you doing on the river, Mr. Needham?
Trying to earn me brass. Man's got to work day and night just to live in these hard times.
Forget the fable you told the police. I think you witnessed a crime on the embankment.
I saw naught.
Nonsense. You were close by. With no experience of small arms, you identified pistol shots. Whitehall is too distant to hear distinctly, even over water, and from there you'd never catch up to a body moving on the tide.
That's just talk. You know what they say, talk is cheap.
It depends on the subject and the speaker. The police might find my argument pure gold.
Tin more like, or I don't know, PC Roach and Inspector Lestrade.
You have a point.
He does.
Strangely, the corpse you found had no personal effects. Perhaps some of them found their way here.
You'll never know. Got no rights to snoop. Man's home's his castle.
Slurp,
If
blurp,
you'd prefer, I can bring back a warrant and a load of policemen.
No need for that. I'm guilty of nothing. I didn't shoot the bloke. I kept him from going to sea.
And took a souvenir from the body, Mr. Needham? A remembrance of your good deed?
Go ahead. See what you can find. Nothing worth sixpence, or I'm related to the Queen.
You're definitely not related to the Queen.
Tell me why you took the corpse's shoes. They're obviously too small for you.
Things from the river are like gifts, and a poor man can't afford an exact fit. As he'd lost the need for 'em, I'd figured to lighten his load as he passed over.
Very kind of you, I'm sure. I wonder if they exhaust the items you relieved him of.
Okay. Maybe we gotta give the guy money.
Hello there.
Hey Thor.
Nothing has changed.
Welcome Thor. It's good to see you. Tequila-san said, we gotta collect the tear. Look at all the bottles. An assortment of affecting objects are stored in the glory hall. A child's sweater, a wooden doll, and a piece of lace share space with dilapidated umbrellas, a horsehair brush, and an old stovepipe hat. The chest smells distinctly of the river, and droplets dot the floor in front of it. A sodden blue cravat lies crumpled in a corner
Would
of
you
his
mess
chest.
about with the quality's possessions? Poor man's got no rights.
I'm agog at the items you rescued from the river. True objet trouvé.
University graduates who wish to advertise their college affiliation wear such ties. This one bears the Cambridge University crest and Magdalen College coat of arms. Okay.
Tempest, give us victory!
Is Refuse, welcome. Welcome, welcome.
It's
How are you
soaked through,
doing?
Holmes. No good for use or ornament, and it will drench your pockets.
I suppose I can live without it.
Hey,
Thorough obliterate. Thor obliterates
Would
thoroughly.
you mess about with the quality's possessions? Poor man's got no rights.
Yes, I would mess around. With all you have, good sir.
Obliterated.
I'm agog at the items you rescued from the river. True objet trouvé.
So why is he looking at the cards? Hey freak, welcome, welcome.
That tie belongs to the victim. What else of his personal property did you steal? A wallet, perhaps?
What's he care about a useless garment or anything from this world? He's left it. You can't steal from a dead man. No use for money, can't spend it, wouldn't miss it.
Were you a barrister in a previous life, or a philosopher? Maybe you learned that litany from Gaffer Hexam. Don't split hairs with me. Produce what you lifted, or face incarceration.
Search the place, toss it, do your worst, you'll find naught else.
When did you lose your family, Needham?
My missus and daughter died by cholera. I've been alone these 20 years.
I'm sorry. A solitary life is hard. I would have expected a hidey hole somewhere, but I don't spy one.
A place to conceal small objects, as might come from corpses?
Got it in one.
The room is so vulnerable and insecure. He may fear leaving anything valuable behind, even hidden away.
Meaning that he has them on himself? When you examine the guy, it says they rest momentarily on a spot near his squelette cot, then dart again, but somewhere on the walls? What spots? There has to be something.
You are a thief, Needham. British justice takes a dim view of robbing the dead.
Get stuffed. I found them items.
If you compel me, I'll have you stripped and searched.
Okay.
Easy now, there was little enough. A watch and chain, half a crown and 3 pennies.
Unless you'd prefer a cell at Pentonville, it had better be. What you took is of less interest to me than what you know. I mean you no harm, but I intend to know all that you know about this crime.
How do I know you'll play it straight with me?
You have my word.
A sign of good faith would be more convincing.
Hey Tranchi, you are busy with game though. What will we do to solve this? Well, we are following the leads. How are you doing today? Slapdash obliteration. Ghost buckets. The imitation gold-plated watch was not proof against the water. There is condensation beneath the crystal. Judging by the condition of the last link of chain, an ornamental fob was forcibly separated from it recently. Ah.
Keep the things you found, Needham. I can't approve your action, but I won't condemn it either.
That's friendly, I think. Tar.
I'd like you to return with us to the embankment. Will you do
Small
that?
update.
I've given up everything I have.
I think not. I want to hear exactly what you
need to know
witnessed
who did it? Well,
at the
we don't
Needle
know yet.
in situ.
Maybe I'll do better with the coppers.
You may think so. I couldn't comment. I promise to be fair.
If there's no other way, I'll go. You're a gentleman until you prove yourself otherwise. We can take my worry.
Hey GM Farmer, welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. How's your Wednesday, Farmer? So, Jesse.
Do you often tie up on the embankment, Mr. Needham?
Haven't got the habit yet, and there's nothing of value on land for me. But I like the needle, interesting to look at, to think about.
Hey, 3 streams 3. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The constable is gone, so maybe we can use this. You didn't really do anything, did you? Why did we bring this guy here? Stairs. Examine the stair. Oh, I missed that. In the murky light, the polished granite stairs glisten with the patina of moisture from the polluted fog. In places, there is suggestion of something other than coral dust. Even in uncertain light, a distinctive sheen is visible. A spattering appears against the right wall and viscous splodges on the 6th and 12th steps. Odd stains, odd stains. Blood stains. Even in uncertain light, a distinctive sheen is visible. The clumsy guaiacum. I have no idea. Test would decisively identify it as blood. A spattering appears against the right wall and viscous splodges on the 4th and 9th steps. Hey, Tazen. Welcome, Tazen. How are you? Good to see you. Did I see odd stains? Blood stains, blood stains.
Thor is here!
New critical hits boost. Fazan just boosted Undertale. New critical hits boost. Fazan just tooted Deltarune. New critical hits boost. Fazan just roosted ass effect.
Thank you for the boost, Stazen. Higher than starving? Oh no. Don't starve. Don't starve together. Stop starving right this moment, Tazen.
You and I may be allies, but we are also competitors.
So when we examine the stairs, the odd stains hotspot appears again, but when you look at them, it turns into blood stains. Okay.
I like food.
Enjoy your food.
You witnessed a murder here, Mr. Needham. Tell me everything. No prevarications, please.
It's an habit, and I got reasons I don't mind saying. I'm frightened, Mr. Holmes. These was cold customers.
I'll keep your part in this a secret, Needham. Just tell me the truth.
I'll take you at your word. I just tied up at the Needle to rest, been sculling for hours with nothing to show for it. I'm about to climb the stairs when a voice says,
I'll take whatever you've got.
Oh, I thinks there's something dodgy, a robbery maybe, but right away a different voice says,
I might have £1 in my wallet, I'll look.
Well, I thinks that's all right then, and I'm about to show myself when the second voice says,
Vincent, what are you doing?
And there's an explosion. And then another. My head's ringing. A body tumbles into the river. I'm shaking, but I peek round the wall. A third man on the landing towers over a bloke holding a pistol. I hide again.
Du bist wahnsinnig.
You are what? What is that word? Does anyone know German?
There's a few hard words. A slap, a scrape, and a splash. Then footsteps moving away. That's it, Mr. Holmes, for true. I went to fetch the body before it got swept downstream.
What did you say? I think I can find it. Du bist wahnsinnig. You are? Maybe. I think. You are crazy. Okay.
Insane.
Thank you. So can we find the gun now? Maybe.
Tell me about the argument after the shots. What exactly did you hear?
Is that a song?
A strange voice says something odd like dubious fancy.
Dubious
a sound
fancy.
like clapping hands, a clank and a scraping sound, quick like, and a splash in the water opposite the bow of Milwary, then footsteps moving away.
What do you recall about the men you saw?
I never seen the victim's face, and when I picked him up, his face was gone. The killer wore a dark coat and hat, collar up, had hard eyes. The third bloke came out of the light. I saw him a little, big hat and cape,
Infected
yellow
mushroom.
beard,
Okay.
and
Never
some
to
sort of mark on his right cheek.
Thank you, Mr. Needham.
Can I be on my way then? Some good pickings out there.
Just a bit longer. You're an invaluable witness, very observant.
I make my living with my eyes.
Could you find the object that made the splash, Mr. Needham?
Water and me don't agree, Garver. Don't swim, don't even wade, don't drink it, hardly bathe in it.
I've noticed. You won't need to get wet. I want your guidance. Just tell me where you heard the splash.
How bad did you need it?
A guinea's worth?
It's as good as found. If you got the means, I got the will.
Why? Come on.
Be specific, Mr. Needham. We're looking for a critical piece of evidence.
It's deep in the corner, close to the wall, I'd swear to it.
Okay. It should work this time. Fourth try, as they say, is the charm. Okay, we got it.
Good job, Needham. Your eye is incomparable.
Nasty things, wet, Mr. Holmes, but dangerous for all that, I'll wager.
Were ballistic science more developed and its evidence more respected, a case might be made to identify this as the murder weapon. Alas, the science isn't its infancy and spent bullets are unavailable. It should not fire, it's been in water. Hey, welcome. How was your Wednesday? It's good to see you. The pistol's ammunition was apparently not equal to the penetrating power of the Thames. It will try.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Needham. I hope we have no need to trouble you further.
I'm doing well. You know, grinding the game, following clues and leads, making progress.
In this light, I can't do much better than the cretinous constable.
You could do better on hearsay.
Perhaps, but there's no need to rely on his eyes.
Alright. So we got a gun. And we got a lead that the guy was studied at the University of Cambridge. Oh, we can take the train to Cambridge. What about the college? Which college was it? I don't remember. Maybe it doesn't matter. Oh, we have to go to University of Cambridge and find the graduates from that college who studied there, I guess. Hey Doc, welcome. How are you today? I guess let's go to Cambridge. Was it Magdalene?
Fleming's been
Magdalene?
porter
Okay.
at Magdalen since King Charles lost his head. Marvellous character. Remembers everything. And he's eager to tell it all for a pint or two.
Was Magdalen your college then?
No, my chemistry tutor was a fellow there. I visited his rooms one term.
I've never been clear on your university days. Where did you study when you came up?
I need to rest, Watson. Wake me when we arrive, will you?
Sleeping? That's fine. Wonderful. What about our other inquiries? Any ideas? You think
Already
Mycroft is still in danger? Are we? Well, I suppose nothing much can happen on a train.
Is it? Cool. Uh-oh. What was that about? This ancient villa speed is reminiscent of Lalaman's Bone Shaker. Rubber tires have replaced the forged iron, wooden rimmed orbs of the original. Nevertheless, the rider of this relic must hold the health of his spine in contempt, or perhaps he wishes to palpitate the troublesome gallstone. Yep. Groups of young men are formally posed in the photographs displayed on the wall. Some men appear in academic garb. Others wear various informal or sporting costumes. All pictures are of a recent vintage. Nice roll, Ale. I think that's the highest this month so far.
New critical
Hey,
hits
Pi.
boost. Pylorzian just listed dropping by to boost
Of
the
course,
Diablo
of
3
course.
while I'm cooking dinner.
Enjoy your cooking dinner and eating dinner afterwards. It's good to see you. Hopefully you're having a good Wednesday. Cabinets.
Sniveling maggots!
Oh, now Sendai, okay. In 1850, this trophy closet was presented to the college by a group of old boys. Over the decades, their expectations that Magdalen would require such a large, fine repository for its awards and victory cups have been disappointed. Let's inspect it. Some cricket equipment, 2 ancient third-place ribbons, and 2 crumbling photographs is at the bottom of the cabinet. The oars commemorate Magdalen's contribution to the Cambridge team, which trounced Oxford in Henley Regatta of 1854. Regrettably, the Cambridge 8 has had little to celebrate since that auspicious year. The historic oars appear to be infested with woodworms. Oh, the keys are here. There's a cup here. A common Cornwall china cup and saucer sit at Fleming's elbow. As there is no evidence of water, kettle or gas jet, perhaps someone brings his tea. It has been some time since tea touched his cup. Strong ale is Fleming's drink of choice, and the residue remaining here is reasonably fresh. A small lending library of classics from English literature occupy the upper shelves. Albums or diaries appear on the lower shelves. Dated portraits of Magdalen's matriculating classes are carefully glued into the individual pages of the picture albums. Each college young gentleman has his own mail slot. Fleming alone knows their locations. Letters and small parcels currently occupy several of them. I guess we need to find the mail slot of the guy. Maybe, possibly. Keys. These keys have accumulated over generations. No one knows what they unlock. Locked doors are symbolically anathema to university's open environment. Despite or because of this quaint attitude, precious objects constantly disappear from their rightful owners. Book. The open tome is an antique volume of the Encyclopedia Britannica. He often reads it regularly. He seeks formal knowledge from it by osmosis. Counter. The porter's desk is as dignified and even more ancient than the man himself, and well-maintained surface belies decades of wear. Portrait Magdalen for more than 50 years, Fleming's vivid recollection of Queen's coronation has been a soporific for generations of students. Self-styled chronicler of his young gentleman's activities, he's a font of information, though his aging pomp often requires priming.
Nothing changes very much in Cambridge, Watson.
I'm sure the pace of change is slow, but the aura of immutability is perpetrated by porters and dons. They are eternal. Everyone else is transient. They have an interest in perpetuating the illusion, and your frozen memory assists them.
It was merely an observation, Watson. Excuse me. I'm sure those oars haven't moved since I used to visit here.
The very walls appear to have been built up around them.
Not so old as that, Watson, though sometimes I feel it. The oars came here in the year of my birth.
Okay. Let's wake this dude up.
Fleming? Fleming, old fellow, how are you? College closed. Fleming, I say rouse yourself, sir.
Really? We cannot wake him up?
This won't do, Watson. He requires some hair from the dog that bit him.
It must have been a huge dog. Shall I check his pulse?
No need. Collect a couple of bottles of strong ale from the public house we passed, will you? Mind it's not small beer.
Some porter for the porter. Sorry, Holmes.
So we gotta wait for the guy? Oh, okay. He's back already. Rouse. You love Wilson? You mean Watson? Or is Wilson something else? Someone else?
Will you have a drink, Fleming?
Oh.
Never while on duty, sir. No, please move along. You're trespassing on college grounds. Would you oblige us, Fleming, with your opinion? We're evaluating this ale.
Happy to assist young gentlemen in the pursuit of knowledge. So for science, as you might say.
That smile on his
I
face,
recognise
amazing.
you, don't I?
I'm pleased to think you might. I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Of course you are. Never forget a face, Mr. Holmes. Just takes me a bit longer to focus. You're keeping well? Haven't gained a stone since you went down. I read your exploits and beatings. And this is Dr. Watson, is it? Pleased, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Even after all these years, my recollections of this place are so vivid. Is that unusual, Fleming?
Not at all, sir. We are what we remember. As the bard says, even purpose is but a slave to memory.
Is this your bicycle, Fleming? I don't remember you as the foolhardy type.
Certainly not, Mr. Holmes. I'm unsteady enough on my own legs. Some of the young gentlemen take it out for a turn from time to time.
What are these photographs, Fleming?
Young gentlemen of Magdalen, Mr. Holmes. I keep the most recent classes on display. Their families seem to enjoy it.
I need to excavate your prodigious memory, Fleming. May I do that?
I enjoy a good mystery. Dig away, sir.
I saw a tattoo on a corpse. Something about it reminded me of Cambridge.
A view of Trumpington Street.
Nothing so definitive. It's a neatly rendered blooming rose. You're familiar with such a figure?
If it was engraved on the subject's backside, it might be the badge of the Tudor Rose.
The Arcane Social Club? Of course. The symbol of England was their sign. I had no idea those rare birds marked themselves.
Since your time, sir. Been a drinking club for more than a decade, carousing and such. Nothing much secret about it. Old boys are ashamed to be associated with the newer members. University may revoke their charter, is what I heard.
Is the artist a local man?
Jack Canvas in Cheapside designed the tattoo
Cheapside?
version from an old print drawing. I'm told he recently passed over.
Yes, I should have recognized his hand. But my brain was fixed on the subject matter. The delicate petals settle on the brambles.
I know what your
and the
brain
thorns.
was fixed on, Sherlock.
Unexpectedly lovely. I've seen the painting, of course.
As a symbol, the old boys was thinking they were England's best.
Some of them proved it, but their successors took to advertising, trying to convince themselves, perhaps.
True quality never commends itself, Mr. Holmes.
The Tudor Rose drew its members from the whole university, didn't it?
Indeed. Over the years, there's been hundreds of initiates.
Do you remember all the Magdalen men?
Their names run together now, but I do recognize most of them.
Regrettably, I don't have a name or a face.
Okay.
I have reason to believe my corpse was a Magdalen man and a member of the Tudor Rose.
If he came here after 1860, I'd probably have him in my albums.
Could we look through your portraits of the previous classes?
But that's more than 2,000 young gentlemen. 100 or more would have joined the Tudor Rose.
When I have more information, I'll be back.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. Pleasure to see you again,
blue
sir.
tie? We don't have enough yet, I guess.
Penetrating the mysteries of Cambridge can be extremely
We have to go to the tattoo
I've gained
parlor.
little beyond confirming the accuracy of Bradshaw's timetable.
Enough food to feed a small village? Whatever size you. Enjoy your food, Tyson.
Prepared.
That criticism is well deserved. Let's be off.
Okay, let's be off then.
We've just time to catch the next train to London.
Fine, but there'll always be another train.
But the tattoo? Tattoo thing? You're not with the science team? Wait, let's just make sure I haven't missed anything there. Can't become too predictable, after all.
I'm heavy metal.
Okay. Minus the metal. Oh wait, is this new? No, I did that already. Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to start revisiting some of the places we have already visited, because we don't have a new place.
We've just time to...
Fine.
Maybe pay Lestrada visits. Doc, you need to stop helping me. And I know what we need to do anyway.
Which is more bother, Lestrade being in or being out? It's a fair question. Seems I'm the only one round here working all hours. Go in if you like.
No, the trivia is perfectly fine. By all means, keep writing more trivia. But don't tell me what we need to do. It constitutes as backseating. Well, let's wait. Let's visit the Daily Telegraph. Only 59. 10 streak. Thank you, Tazen. It's great to have you always.
Hello, Charles. I hope this is a better time. We're not interrupting?
No, Sherlock, no, come in. I'm nearly finished with this masterpiece. With you in a minute.
New critical
sorry I was
hits
so
boost.
short earlier.
Draven
How's your
just
brother?
boosted MM8.
Still with us, thank you.
New
You remember
critical
my
hits
friend
boost.
and colleague,
Draven
Dr.
just
Watson?
boosted
Of
Anachronox.
course. Hello, Doctor. Make yourselves comfortable in the loosest meaning of the word. I'll be with you in a moment.
Okay. It's 10 to Draven boosts. Might and Magic 8. Necronox. Do we have a third? We usually
New
do.
critical hits boost. Draven just boosted Legend of Grimstick of Rock.
Thank you for the boost, Ray. Much appreciated.
You've assembled a remarkable group of character portraits.
They are open, if slightly smeared, windows onto our capricious times.
I keep a collection for similar purposes, mostly criminal subjects.
And the small posters are my rogues exhibit, villains all.
The portrait of Kropotkin is revealing.
Admirable man. His major weakness is prophesying war every next fortnight.
Even anarchists need a hobby, I suppose. This small portrait is distinctive. Who is it? Or more to the point, what is it?
Well observed. That was and may well be Louis Baptiste Gautier, the terrorist absconded from the Paris cells without a trace in 1857.
Very interesting. An artist has introduced age to the image of the younger man's face, so he might be recognized if he reappeared.
Exactly. My artist drew on the old picture and then photographed his work.
He's a clever craftsman, your artist. Who is he?
Nigel Hemmings, illustrator and portrait artist by training. First rate. No one would buy his painting, so he took up photography.
The posters are very well drawn. Same artist?
Yes, Hemmings says the American police call them mug shots.
Peculiar expression. Some of these must be extrapolations from old photos, adding beards and wrinkles and so on.
Yes, and others are subjects I've seen and described. With a first-person account, he can age a man, get his expression right, that sort of thing.
Scotland Yard could benefit from his skill.
You're right, of course, but would they? I heard Lestrade say Bertillon's system of criminal identification was a bunch of foreign nonsense. He takes so badly to new methods.
Don't I know it?
Can Lestrade be worse of a policeman? The way he's portrayed, he's a terrible police.
I'm trying to identify a man, Charles. Might I explore your memory?
You can try. I assume your inquiry is confidential?
Acute as ever. The man figures somehow in the murder of a civil servant. Secrets of state are at risk.
What does he look like?
I've never seen him, but one who did says he's thickly built, fair, with a small discoloration on his bearded face, perhaps a birthmark. He was wearing a dark slouch hat and cape, and he speaks German.
Language is not decisive. He could be German, Austrian, Prussian, Hungarian, Polish, even Russian. Anything else?
Regrettably, no. The witness' vantage point and the lack of light made expression and gait unremarkable. He couldn't even guess at his age.
No one springs to mind, Sherlock. Or rather, 10 men do, but are they in England? Is he a criminal, a secret agent, a diplomat? With so little to differentiate them, I'm useless, I'm afraid.
With such meagre details, my hopes were not high.
Give me particulars, man, then maybe I can help. Or if not me, someone I know.
Do you still have associates whom you trust at the Home Office?
Ah, you suspect the involvement of a foreign power, don't you? Yes, I was thinking along those lines myself. Listen, when you discover the man's identity, I can introduce you to someone who might help.
Thank you, Charles.
A pleasure to see you, Sherlock. You're always onto something intriguing.
Might I have young Hemmings' address?
He's a staff photographer for the Standard.
I would prefer a less public audience.
Oh, yes, of course. You can often find him in his garret at 14 Montague Street, just across from the British Museum.
Is this profusion of papers really necessary? Place is a fire hazard.
Impossible to have too many papers.
Watson is always at me to cut down on my consumption.
One should never be without a fresh newspaper. No item is more serviceable. Absorbs grease from fish and chips, wraps garbage, or lines a threadbare coat. Use it as a towel, a fan, a sunshade, an umbrella, a dustpan, a carpet, and if worse comes to worse, heaven forfend, you can always read it. Help yourself to the Telegraph. It's hot off the press.
Your argument is exhausting, if not compelling.
Okay, we got the Telegraph.
Have you had more thoughts about my subject, Charles?
I rather expected a mugshot for reference. By the way, are you certain he wears a beard?
According to my source.
According to the cutscene. The Daily Telegraph is considered better than the gutter press and worse than the Times. Such distinctions are completely, it's got to be completely, right? Completely gratuitous, if not idiotic. If a paper is serviceable to its reader, it has done its job. Of all the world's ephemeral objects, a newspaper is arguably the most useful. Okay, so we did get one
A
lead.
picture of our villain would be invaluable, would it not?
Absolutely. But if I understand Mr. Friedman, a second-hand source would be close to worthless.
Fortunately, we know how to avoid that pitfall.
Do we? So we got a new place, but I have something in mind which probably will not help us. This is a new place. I will first visit the Scotland Yard just to... He wouldn't stoop low enough to read.
Which is...
Okay. David Woodley, an Australian with noble connections, quickly worked his way through the London underworld. He moved by turns from larceny to grievous bodily harm and finally to murder. He has escaped from custody at least twice, leading some to speculate that certain persons have too much luck. Before reaching his majority, the dashing Fergus James had amassed a fortune selling bogus shares of a copper mine in the Arizona territory. Had not the Home Secretary's sister-in-law lost a pot of money in the scheme, James might still be luxuriating in London rather than living on the lam. This charcoal rendering purports to be John Donne, an extortionist. His poetical moniker is known to be an alias and he is reputed to be a master of disguise. These facts do not inspire confidence that he will be captured soon. Elizabeth Higgins, known throughout Great Britain as the Merry Widow, was convicted of murdering 3 husbands and sentenced to hang. She seduced her jailer and escapes. So the guy we are looking for is not here. I thought maybe he might be. I also completely forgot to try the gun now, okay. Well, she must really be good at it. Okay, the new place.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Holmes. I've heard of you. I'm just trying this film. With you in Alphamo.
Orange cat. We can pet the cat. This calico weighs no less than 2 stones. The tiger at Regent's Park is a close relation. Though her eyes are languid, her tail is active. Look at the tail. Sounds of contentment emanate from her capacious throat. Can we move the cat? She evidently doesn't wish to be disturbed. It would be a grave error to do so. Having known cats? I agree. All the photographs, line drawings, and paintings show a strong sense of composition. Irrespective of the medium, the artist is a talented portraitist. One startling photo shows the late Prince Consort shaking hands with Hemmings himself outside the British Museum. This bolus camera has double plate magazine carriers and adjustable aperture lenses. Improved gelatin dry plates allow photographers to use it out of doors. This is currently fixed to a tripod for studio work. Though no more than 20, Hemmings appears self-assured and resourceful, surrounded by the tools of his art and evocation. He is at ease. The high ceiling of his domicile suits him. He is at least 6.5 feet tall. Boneless. Hemmings uses first quality cedar, Juniperus virginiana. Hey, drummer.
A resub by
25
starving
months.
underscore drummer.
New critical
Did you
hits
know it
boost.
has been 25
Starving
months?
underscore drummer just
Mitchell, hey,
boosted
Mitchell,
arena.
head bang.
New critical hits boost.
Mitchell head
Starving
bang.
underscore drummer just boosted Fallout 3. New critical hits boost. Starving underscore drummer just boosted Deus Ex 2.
Thank you for the resub. For 2 years, full 2 years. And the boosts. How are you today? Good to see you. Pencils, quills, pens, ink, brushes, and palette knives.
Might I have a pencil?
By all means. Help yourself.
This galvanized iron sink could supply water for drinking, washing, and shaving were it not filled with 2 square pans containing liquid concoctions. So let's taste it, right? That's what you do. The frowsy chemical developer is sodium sulfite. 1 pan contains a not completely odoriferous chemical with an alkali base. Alkali. The other contains a water solution for stabilizing and fixing a photograph. Thin, flexible strips of celluloid are clipped to a string. These strips are presumably the product of a camera that uses roll film. An incandescent bulb covered with red cellophane is connected to and powered by an Edison-style storage battery. A portable box camera of efficient and economical design sits on the table. The new camera bears the name Eastman imprinted near the aperture. It uses spooled film, which is more efficient than its flat cut-style predecessor. Curtain. A double thickness of morning bombazine can be pulled along a wire to cover the room's solitary window. When extended, the cloth prevents natural
This
light from
group
entering.
shows promise exceptional.
ABG nerd? How was your
The
Wednesday?
storm of fire shall banish the
I believe the
endless
young man is a
winter.
gifted artist, Watson.
You've added the arrow art criticism to your quiver of skills, then?
I know you believe my ideas of art are crude, but I remind you to remember my origins. Art in the blood takes strange forms.
Though not medically attested, certain delusions may also be hereditary.
I saw your work at Friedman's. It's exceptional. Would you make a mug shot of someone for me?
Simple as pie. Let's start with a facial shape. Round, oblong, heart-shaped. You get the idea.
It's
I've
heart-shaped.
actually never seen the subject, just heard him described.
Not enough, Mr. Holmes. Without a witness, I can't do better than a caricature. You can't keep me to rights, you see. Tell me the nose is too wide and such like. I'm sorry.
You've a rare talent, Mr. Hemmings. Why not earn your living as a painter?
My art's called unsuitable on Bond Street, Mr. Holmes. People don't want to look at what I paint, let alone pay for it.
So you've settled on photographs.
I'm resigned to it. My photos of accidents and domestic disasters pay the rent. They give me the time for my work.
Would you explain this photo of you with Prince Albert?
Caught that, did you?
Unless you suffer from juvenility, or you've discovered the fountain of youth that depicts the impossible.
Too true. Not to brag, but given the raw materials, I could make the world think you hobnob with the Queen at Buck House.
Reason suggests that you've combined 2 photographs. But my eye can't detect where one stops and the other begins.
That's the nature of the art. Fool the eye and you fool the mind. Most people, present company excluded, believe what they see, even if it's improbable. You don't take tea with Her Majesty, do you?
I've never had the honour. An oversight, perhaps.
Just let me know. I can make it happen, if you like.
Oversight.
What's this ingenious box camera?
I've never seen one like it. Called a Kodak. George Eastman, an American, devised it last year. Completely portable, and the beauty part is it uses the roll film he invented. Snap anything, anywhere. Just find the subject and click. There's no exposure control, but it's a fair trade for the fixed focus lens. So anyone can take a good picture. The Kodak will change photography, Mr. Holmes, but it's just a tool. It won't make a great photographer. Try it if you like. Is your ability to make composite photographs unique? There's a few chaps with the knack. Besides the challenge, why do they do it? Money, Mr. Holmes. I heard there's a hoity-toity bloke up west that's made pots of brass. Sometimes he just makes people look better than they are. For a price, he fixes his clientele in the company of famous persons they've never met. For an additional fee, he supplies the twits with a bogus story that sells the photo. Do you mix your own chemicals and develop your own film? Just my private snaps. I mix up an alkali developer in the sink. What mixture do you use? Phenol is a reducing agent, sodium sulfite to control the rate of development, and a pinch of potassium salt to prevent fogging. Then you fix the photograph with water and sodium thiosulfate. You know about photography. Just a few pertinent details. Might we get to work, Mr. Hemmings? Do you bring my eyes, Mr. Holmes? Otherwise we're just fooling ourselves.
Fine, we will ask the guy.
Once again, we are insufficient for the task, Doctor.
A general description is worthless. You remarked that we might need the riverman's eyewitness account. The devil is in details, as they say.
Though correct, I shouldn't like to know those who say so. Mugshots will be a crucial investigative tool in the future, Watson.
I'm sure you are right. The issue is, will the police have the sense to use it?
Eventually.
I wouldn't care to predicate its future success on my answer.
Okay. Let's go back to the very man. Where was the guy? Wait. Oh, it's this one. Okay. You have filled the gaping void in your guts.
Can you recall anything more about your adventure at
That's
Cleopatra's Needle?
Nothing that could turn a profit, and more's the pity.
I need your help, Mr. Needham. Will you come with us, please?
Why this time?
A picture artist needs you to describe the man you saw at the Needle. The third man. I wouldn't expect you to do it for free.
Oh, that's all right then. A commission, like. As long as the brute don't know it's me what described him, he had a dangerous aspect.
Brought the eyes, have you? Be right with you.
Does the work of a professional photographer appeal to you, Needham?
What would I have to do, Mr. Holmes?
They'd pay you to look at certain things and take pictures with a camera.
Most of what I see, I'd rather forget. Would they pay me to forget?
Not for what you've seen, sir. Unfortunately, no one would pay for that.
Birth of a blackmailer. Are they on it? Is it happening? No, we can't talk to him now. Okay.
This is Mr. Needham. He has seen the person I want drawn.
Excellent. You know, I will get busy. Perhaps you'll occupy yourself, Mr. Holmes.
Needham, please describe the gentleman you saw in profile at the embankment. The third man.
I can't add nothing to what I already told you, Mr. Holmes.
A tall man with an unkempt beard and a stain of some sort on his left cheek, correct?
That's him.
Perhaps you could give us a moment alone, Mr. Holmes? We'll put something together.
Oh, sorry. Of course. I'll look about, shall I?
There are like 3 shots. This is one, and this is one. Randomly does them.
How would you evaluate Needham's powers of observation?
Acute. He was clear on the facial structure and proportions, cast of the eyes and position of the ears. There are some problems, but we muddled through. Wonder if the stain is a scar.
That's an intriguing thought. May I take the drawing with me?
Of course. Hope it helps.
With this pencil, Hemmings has provided detail and vivacity to Needham's sketchy description. The artist has a remarkable skill.
New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted savoir faire challenging success. What's this? Numenera? Bits and baubles, shiny things sparkling all around incandescently. Do you know what it is? No. But you can sell the hell out of it. And the best part? No taxes. I like this world of torment. Tides of Numenera. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted electrochemistry medium success. Beta meth. Blizz. Cram. Crash. Jazz. Kamikaze. Nitro. Novacoke. Ripper. Trance. Woad. Zombie dust. My cup runneth over in Shadowrun. Returns. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Inland Empire legendary success. Where is home again? It's been so long. It felt warm, safe, peaceful. You can only see glimpses of it now, obscured by the blood and suffering and so many steps you lost count a lifetime ago. All that truly remains is your banner, and your saga. New critical hits boost. JFC Fuller just boosted Witcher 1. New critical hits boost. JFC Fuller just boosted Mass Effect 2.
I love this style of
New
boost.
critical hits boost. JFC Fuller just boosted Divine
JFC,
Divinity.
welcome. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the boost, Thor
Nebuka
and
just
JFC.
boosted Deus
Welcome,
Ex
Nebu.
2. New critical hits
Great
boost.
to see you both.
Nebuka just
JFC,
boosted Arena.
Nebu. Hope you are doing
New
well.
critical hits boost. Nebuka just boosted Dark Sun.
You know, you should write the DLC for Disco Elysium, Thor. How are you two doing? How is your Wednesday? JFC and Nebu. Are you busy? Are you relaxing?
I believe you did quite well, Mr. Needham.
Mr. Hemmings says so. His questions
The
reminded
wording
me
system
of
is so
things
alien, you
about
can't
the
even begin to
Gentile
fathom
forgot.
what it
In
would
investigations and life,
to word
the
they're
right
going for.
answers are impossible to discover without the right
Voting
questions.
spam wins. Oh, you mean the boosts? Votes is easy enough. You just click on an emote on Discord. Voting is easy. Boosts, if you want to learn, it's actually pretty simple itself. I could explain if you're interested. You don't have Discord? Ah, okay. Well, that's where the votes happen, the polls happen. If you ever get a Discord and want to join, we don't always have a poll going on. Right now, since Kingmaker is going to last a while, I don't have the next poll up yet. But boosting you can do anytime during streams. What is Discord you talk of? Think fine enough? That's good to hear. Okay, we got this mugshot. Who do we show this to? Maybe the guy is also associated with the Cambridge University. The only social media you have login for is Twitch? No, Insta, not Twitter, not Facebook. I do have Twitch and YouTube and Discord, but I don't use the, I don't use any of the others. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, I don't like them at all.
We've just time to...
Fine.
Okay, maybe we need to take it to Daily Telegraph. And we need to find... Okay.
Your advice was inestimable. Hemmings gave individuality to a generic face.
I'm not surprised. He's a marvel.
You were afraid they were taking too much time? I am afraid they are taking too much time for you to come up with. I love them otherwise. I really like them. You don't use social media too much, but Discord is useful for speaking to friends and Reddit for game news guides. Posting on them is something.
Yes, he was among my candidates. The beard is new,
I don't like
probably
Reddit.
false. He has dark hair. You're moving in consequential circles, Sherlock. Colonel Erich Merlendorf, alias Wachthund, the guard dog. He's Prussian, of course. The facial stain is a distinctively horrible dueling scar. Only a fraction of it shows here. It's huge, and he wears it like an angry mask.
Who is he?
Principal agent and factotum of the German Imperial Chancellor, Otto von Bismarck. Fiercely loyal to his employer's interests and protective of his reputation. A very cold customer. What's he doing in London, I wonder?
No good, I assure you. Is he an official agent of Imperial Germany?
Not exactly. But I've invited an old friend to join us who can address that issue.
Thank you, Doc.
Given your previous remarks and our shared suspicions, I thought he might be helpful. Is that a problem?
No, I'm grateful. Your discretion and judgment in such matters.
So he's going to give us
unquestionable.
his...
Carter, would you come in,
his
please?
contact now, right?
Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, Fairfax Carter, Home Office Attaché.
He's not Ottoman, that I know.
I've heard your name from Mycroft, sir. Friedman has filled you in?
As he was able. Might you put us more in the picture?
No. Mycroft has requested secrecy. I shall respect that. Reputations are at stake. The nation's security, maybe. If I fail, you should know all. If I succeed, you will learn no more than you know now. Can we deal on that basis?
I am not entirely without other sources of information, as I think you know. Your commitment to your brother's cause is commendable.
You presumably heard us speaking of Colonel Merlendorf?
I did.
It must be assumed that this Prussian is involved in an operation hostile to British interests. Is it possible he has the Kaiser's blessing and the sanction of the German Imperial government?
I don't believe so. I fervently hope not. He would not risk it. He would not do it.
Your reasons?
The Kaiser is trying to curb the power and influence of his bitter rival, the domineering Imperial Chancellor Otto von Bismarck.
Explain, please.
Wilhelm has been courting favor throughout Europe, separating himself from Bismarck's aggressive policies. Discovery of such an operation would undermine his efforts to establish his own authority and demolish the progress he has made in repairing Bismarck's damage. Besides, he is currently well disposed toward his mama, the Empress Frederick, who despises the Chancellor. Finally, he would risk the displeasure of his grandmama, Queen Victoria, and his cousins at this critical time.
If it's not an official operation, what might the Prussians' motives be?
I cannot say with assurance, but I would hazard that whatever he is doing here is intended to enhance the Chancellor's position with the German military and re-establish his dominance over the Emperor.
I see. Merlendorf is Bismarck's creature, not the Kaiser's.
Exactly.
Can you help me gain access to the Kaiser? I know he's in London.
I could arrange an interview. The Kaiser, as it happens, is familiar with your name and reputation. But
really?
This would be strictly a personal affair. The government must not be suspected of having any official involvement in your inquiry.
That's understood. You'll inform us of a time and place?
I'll send a message to your lodgings.
What kind of man is the Kaiser?
Not brilliant, but he's keen and energetic. Has the regrettable habit of speaking of himself in the third person. Convinced that he belongs to a distinct order of mankind, designated for monarchy by the grace of God.
And Bismarck wants to put his thumb in the eye of that belief?
Correct. As a boy, he imitated Bismarck as an act of parental defiance. Now he's alarmed the Chancellor by imitating Frederick the Great. In the end, we believe him fundamentally wiser and more progressive than Bismarck. They'll certainly come to blows, and given your inquiry, may have done already.
Watson, your florid accounts of our escapades apparently do have some value after all.
Your gift for delivering a kind word, Holmes, remains unequalled. Mercifully.
Alright, we are done here. So we are going to have to wait for word. You know, it's been a while since you went home. Maybe there's a summons from someone else. We were waiting word from 3 other people. Let's pay a visit to 221. Higgins is out and about.
I have a mission for you, boy. Small chance of success, but the game is worth the candle.
Nice to be needed, sir. What's the job?
Find a man, thick-set, tall, fair, and bearded. Perhaps a blemish on one cheek. Maybe wearing a dark cape and slouch hat over country clothes.
A gentleman? Eye colour? Age? Habits?
Unobserved. Confine your efforts to Trafalgar and the embassies. And be careful. At the very least, he keeps dangerous company.
We could have shown him the mug shots, the drawing. He's in Wiggins, what? He was just here. He just sent him away.
Have you seen Wiggins, Jonas?
Isn't he here? I see so little these days. Likely he's out parading the streets. Or is he on a job for you?
One of the boy's many qualities is that he barely distinguishes work from play. Any suspicious persons hanging about, Jonas? Witnessed any dubious activities?
None but the usual suspects, Mr. Holmes. As for questionable actions, I received a tip from old Lady Simpkins. The first in at least a decade.
Do you feel as if we are walking in circles, in hip-high cement?
Perhaps we should investigate Lestrade's nameless corpse.
What makes you say so?
We've been doing
It would be a
that.
better use of our time. Those few people we can find won't talk, and at present they can't be coerced to do so. Lestrade could complicate this investigation if he gets wind of it. Better to have him mollified and thinking you are occupied elsewhere.
As always, Watson, your advice is faultless. The question is, do I have the wit to follow it? Have you come to any conclusions, Watson?
You amaze me, Holmes, calling for conclusions before we've gathered sufficient facts. I'm aware that I've occasionally been over-fond of my premature opinions. I hardly need you to point out their deficiencies.
I apologize, Watson. I'm miserable, flailing around. I'm looking for company. Forgive me. Recommendations, Watson?
Nothing material, Holmes. I'm sorry. Despite your best efforts, I've understood little of what I've seen or heard.
But you have an inclination, surely.
Well, you might assert more of your own presence in the investigation. Yours is the finest mind for detection in the world. I don't believe you have exploited the leads that you have taken such pains to develop.
Fine, we heard that before. Let's see if Mrs. Hudson has something for us. Guess not. Guess not. Okay. Yeah, going out. After the coating up ceremony.
Let's be off, Watson, while the scent is fresh.
I'm no tracking hound, Holmes, but I know how to hunt.
I'm imagining Imperial March as Watson walks this slowly. Okay, Wiggins is not back. Call me Shirley. I have been there, right? Let's visit everywhere. I don't know what to do. Let's visit everywhere. Let's get a save. Let's try to talk to everybody. See if there's anything new.
Always a pleasure, Mr. Holmes. Was there something special?
Can we try this camera? He offered. No. He's going to take a minute to sit down before we can talk to him. Okay. And that was nothing, of course. The newest lead is what this guy told us. Can we talk to him again? No. What about... Fairfax Carter. Okay, so... Presumably heard of speaking about Colonel Nollendorf. I did. It must be assumed that this person is involved in an operation... Blah blah blah. I don't believe so. I fervently hope not. He would not risk it. He would not do it. Your reasons? Kaiser is trying to curb the power and influence of his bitter rival, the domineering Imperial Chancellor Otto von Bismarck. Wilhelm has been courting favor throughout Europe, separating himself from Bismarck's aggressive policies. Discovery of such an operation would undermine his efforts to establish his own authority, demolish the progress he has made in repairing Bismarck's damage. Besides, he's currently well disposed towards his mama. So we are talking about Bismarck. We are talking about the happenings might not be official German business. Are we not supposed to go on those Bismarck creature, not the Kaisers? Okay. Can you help me gain access to the Kaiser? I know he's in London. Reply was, I could arrange an interview. The Kaiser happens is familiar with your name. So we are going to have to wait for this guy to arrange an interview. We cannot do anything right now. We have to follow up on some other lead.
I don't know.
I don't know. Slow down. Diogenes? We haven't done anything with the gun. Maybe I gotta visit the morgue. Maybe I gotta analyze the gun? What? It's been in water. Probably nothing is left in there. Everyone's already dead. Well, not the coroner. We could kill him as well.
May I leave?
I'm not his personal
Nor did I.
I suppose
I would be.
It's been a while since we visited the lab. Maybe something else is up.
Professor, have you made any headway with that spring?
I'll get to it as I'm able, Mr. Holmes. Please excuse me.
You haven't even looked at it? Why? Nothing springs to mind now.
Are you ready to leave, Watson?
More than ready, Holmes. More than eager.
We haven't really done anything with the mark shots. Nothing with the gun.
Is Mr. Silverbridge available now?
Still at his labours. Do you wish to leave a message?
No, I wish to speak with him.
He lacks the leisure and inclination to receive idle persons such as yourselves.
I can be reached at 221.
Have we given him a card? I don't think we can. Yeah, I give up. I give up the inventory. Let's go to the hospital. Let's go to the morgue.
I'd like to...
As you wish, Mr. Holmes. He's still...
Okay. Cannot show the... Oh! Wait, we already showed the telegram. The mark shot, the pencil. We haven't done anything with the pencil. Dr. Watts. No, Dr. Watts, now you're dead? Just kidding. So what is this body? Dr. McCabe's next case patient awaits beneath the sheet. The coroner never lacks work. Death takes no holidays. Only inside. Oh, maybe he has some clothes. I completely forgot about this. The hat. Ah, okay. Something new. The soft low-crowned hat, size 8, made from fine grey felt, is from the Groot Alamode of Johannesburg. Aside from some dust on the brim, it appears nearly new.
I'll sign for the hat, Doctor. I'd like to take it with me.
Okay, we are back on track. We are back with the lead. Milliner, was it milliner? Hat maker, milliner? Do I remember the word right now? Or does it mean something else? Okay, I was thinking, was it Miller? It wasn't Miller, but it sounded like Miller. Okay. The Groot's Alamode. Let's see if we can find the place. Thank you, JFC. What? We cannot go to the hat shop. Johannesburg is around 45 minutes drive from your house. Is it? Miller, but she's made of grain. Exactly. I mean, I guess there are multiple Johannesburgs, right? Can we show the hat to Fleming, Ian Fleming? Size 8 made from fine grey felt is from the Groot's Alamode of Johannesburg. Aside from some dust on the brim, it appears nearly new. The Groot's Alamode of Johannesburg? Can we not go there? Is it not in London? What do we do with the hats? We have the hats.
Just time
what do we
to
do with it? Show it to the guy. Do we analyze the hat? The guy had dandruff. Can we analyze the dandruff? DNA evidence? I don't think it's the right era. Let's try if we can analyze the gun or the hat. Oh! Wiggins is back. There are only 5 Johannesburgs in the world, 3 of them in the States.
Have you seen the man I described to you, Wiggins?
Not dead, sir. I may have done.
Report, please.
I seen a likely bloke on Whitehall. Taking in the sights he was. When he jumps in a cab on the Strand, I follows, but I lost him in the crush where the Kingsway meets Aldwych. I just got the one glance, and he slid past me. Sorry, Gav.
Not to worry. Keep your eye out for him.
It was 1 and 6 for the cab.
Have you seen the man depicted in this likeness, Wiggins?
Presumably we are showing the drawing, the mugshot.
I might have done, Mr. Holmes. This the geezer I'm looking for.
Very like him, I suspect. Did I mention there's a half-crown should you find him?
I'd do most anything for the money, but it's a big city. Do you know anything more about him?
Not at the moment. Wiggins, could this be the man you followed up the Strand?
Showing the same thing.
Could be the bloke, Mr. Holmes. You find him then?
Only this picture. He's not naturally fair, and the beard is false.
He's taken a lot of trouble.
He has a lot to lose. You're still on the case, Wiggins. Don't put yourself at risk. If you spot him, return home. There's a guinea for you when I find him.
I'd do most anything for the money, but it's a big city. Do you know anything more about him?
Not at the moment.
Okay, here he goes again. Dandruff nullifies alibi. That's... I'm going to say far-fetched and you're going to make a Pokemon joke. We've danced this dance before, Hazen. We've been through it. You would not repeat yourself with the Pokemon joke. Fine. Then it is far-fetched. Let's see what you come up with. dance? Farfetch's sword dance's attack grows sharply. Is that an actual attack? It is. Okay, let's go in. Sword dance ups the attack, stat by 2 stages. Which Pokemon? Red? Farfetch's signature move. Signature move. Multiple games done. Okay. Okay, let's see. Hat, no. Mugshot, no. Pencil, no. Telegraph, no. Gun. Okay, we cannot analyze anything. It's not restricted to Farfetch'd either. Okay. Maybe I just have to leave the place, go somewhere else, come back. And Wiggins will be back. Let's try it.
Come along, Watson.
Quite so, Holmes.
Do 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 do. Okay. Let's go to, I don't know. Let's go to Cambridge.
We've just...
Fine.
I'm back. Oh, Wiggins is not here. Maybe I should toss a pebble to your Witcher. I mean to Mrs. Hudson. Get her toasty.
Sorry, Mrs. Hudson.
Well, I seem to be stuck. Don't tell Marto. Maybe the viewer has looked at the spring now. No. Something in the hospital? Did I miss something else in the hospital? I don't know much of a resort to something being far-fetched on account of your tiredness. Get in the bed. No worries at all. No worries at all. Oh.
What do you make of the victim's sodden garments, Watson?
Hardly a careful dresser. An office worker, I should think. Insurance, perhaps, or a banking clerk.
Excellent, Doctor. But what of his tie?
What tie?
Exactly, Watson. Where is his tie?
What are you talking about? You already found the tie.
Now, what do you make of the
Last
hat?
exam the day after
An
tomorrow, then you
extravagance,
should be
given
in
his
better
other
shape.
clothing. Perhaps it reflects his ambition.
Interesting
Was there
speculation,
one
Doctor.
today? Did you say
but
there was
wrong.
one today?
The hat does not belong to the victim. I believe it
7th
belongs
and
to the man
9th,
who
did you
killed
say?
him.
You will clarify that convoluted hypothesis at some later time, I hope.
One yesterday. 6th and night. Ah, okay. Yeah, true. True. Did I already ask about yesterday's exam? No, I have confused myself. If I didn't, then I shall ask now. How was it? I think I asked. The tie is here. We have already examined this. And we have figured out we have to go to the Cambridge University.
It's soaked through, Holmes. No good.
I suppose I can live.
Cambridge University crest, Magdalen College coat of arms. We found this before. Should have gone well. We shall see the result proper in a bit. Yeah, I think I did. But yeah. Hopefully you get a good result. I feel I'm stuck. I feel like I have exhausted my options. Clearly I'm missing something, but I don't know what. I feel like I have talked to everyone everywhere. I feel like I have clicked on every hotspot that I have laid my hands on multiple times. I may have missed something that's updated. Yep. Perhaps our investigations at the college will bear a bit more fruit this time, Watson. Whatever you say, Holmes. I've always enjoyed a trip by rail, but I prefer to see some results before we take another. I couldn't agree more. The gun isn't working, unfortunately. I feel like we are missing a crucial piece of area, which is the tattoo parlor where the tattoo was made. I don't know why we didn't learn where it is. 63, not bad.
Even after...
Not at all, sir. We are...
Photographs. Can we recognize something in the photograph? Are these all the same hotspots? Maybe not. Maybe I need to look at every photograph. Groups of young men are formally posed in the photographs displayed on the wall. Some men appear in academic garb, others wear various informal sporting costumes. All pictures are of very recent vintage. Same. Same. I feel like we should be able to visit the hat maker and the tattooists. Yet,
We've just time to catch...
Fine.
we have nowhere to, no new area to find them at. The steel pin with an imitation wardrobe. Oh, something. Look. Show the hat to this lady? No. Mugshot? No. Nothing new.
May I leave my...
I'm not as...
Nor did I...
I may have to take a hint. I'll check a couple of more things, and if I still don't figure out anything, I'll take a hint. When I am ready for the hints, is anyone either available to look up the next step for me and give me a hint, or actually knows the next step and is able to give a hint? Or should I be checking UHS? You could look it up. If you could, it would be nice. Your hint would be to trace the victim's identity. That's what I'm trying. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. That's the goal. I'm not sure about the next immediate step. Album. Can I find something here? I don't want the hint just yet, by the way. Wait, what did it say? Someone was very careless with the key, tried to force a glass with other implements. Album is locked.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome. There are several things that I haven't been able to follow up on. The Tudor Club or whatever.
Dissection time.
Hey, very welcome. How are you today? How was your stream? Did you just end? You said you were going to have a short stream. You've been playing PvP games with Silly.
What about our friend Wiggins? Anything to report?
Not a word, sir. Not a sniff of him about. Sorry. It's a big city. Do you know anything more about his habits?
Played that a while ago. I was
No,
playing with
but
someone
I know
else.
someone who
Gotcha.
does. What about our friend Wiggins?
Not a word, sir.
No, but I know some...
Who does? Wait.
What about our...
Not a word, sir. Not a sniff of him about. Sorry. It's a big city. Do you know anything more
there.
about his habits?
No, but I know...
Who do we know that knows about his habits? Is it the attaché? What is Sherlock doing? Oh, it may be the Kaiser. But we need our appointment with him, right? We need the notes. Cleopatra's Needle, is anyone here? No.
Always a pleasure, Mr. Al.
This guy won't help me. Drawing paper. Maybe the cat will help me. Maybe I got the invites now. Maybe now we will enter the house. Mrs. Hudson will come in. Sherlock, you got a mail. You got some mail. You've been invited by Kaiser. Oh. Where are you, Mrs. Hudson? I don't think I do have mail. Okay.
It's time we made...
Carry on, Holmes.
You hit plate in your mail? So, we need to learn about the guy's habits to ask vegans again. Please don't help. I mean, if we could find like a yearbook or something somewhere, that could have been useful.
Which is much of it.
Isn't very able to find the next step? Did you check? Maybe something in the library? No. Well, looking at the walkthrough, you don't know what exactly we've done since you're instrumentally present. May you see the locations available? Of course. Of course. But we've had these locations for a long time. So, Lord Lawton's Townhouse, Mycroft's Flats, Diogenes Club, 22B1 Baker Street, Cleopatra's Needle, Daily Telegraph, Hemmingstick's, Silverbridge Residence. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for you to know where I am right now, since you weren't necessarily watching all of this carefully. I guess I should check the walkthrough. Albums or app? Is there like book kind of situation here. Examine. Is there a yearbook here? Like an album yearbook? Let's see. You don't seem to have access to a location. Okay. Dated portraits of modernist matriculating classes are carefully glued into individual pages of the picture albums. Yeah? Tell me more. Is that all? Into individual pages of the picture albums. I mean, this guy told us a lot, but we couldn't follow up on any of what he told us. He told us about the club with the rose tattoo. He told us about the tattooist that does that tattoo. But we cannot find any of them. We need to find the guy's name so that we can tell him.
We've just time to...
Fine.
Did I miss something in the morgue, maybe? Maybe if I examine the body. Once more. Micro suit stained waste scrap. Okay, we don't care about those. Search. We already did all of this. Another thing that I may actually be missing is finding the guy's wallet. But I don't think he had a wallet.
Has anybody...
No recent.
The Weirman wouldn't be lying, I think. No reason to be here. I'm really curious what I might be missing. Okay, I will check UHS. Okay. But this is the wrong Holmes. Rose tattoo. Identifying the victim. How do I get the victim's name? So, it would help to know more about him. Let me... Wait. While in the morgue, did you examine his personal effects? At the morgue, did you talk to Watson? He commented there was no necktie. Needham had the shoes and other items from the body. He found another item you missed while there. Did you open the chest in Needham's home? Look at the red tie inside the chest. The insignia on the tie, then Dee knows he was an alumni of Cambridge University. I'm passing because I've read all this. Take the train to Cambridge. Talk to Fleming once he's awake. We woke Fleming up. Up on now. Where can I get more information for Fleming? Okay, that's where we are, I think. Your clue comes from evidence found on the steps of the needle. We found blood there. We found blood there. But I haven't been able to do anything with that blood. Let's go back there. I may be missing... I'm probably missing something there. So we found blood stains. Even in uncertain light, a distinctive sheen is visible. The clumsy guaiacum test would decisively identify it as blood. The spattering appears against the right wall and viscous splodges on the 4th and 9th steps. But no carpet. I don't understand. What am I missing here? So there is blood on the stairs. Yes, we found it. How does that help me? Oh, maybe it is the gun. No. Not the gun. Odd stains. Dark. I don't have anything to produce light. In any case. Is it because this street lamp... Can we turn them on or off? No. Okay. Let's go back there. Let's see. What should we find at the needle? Oh, we did that. It's dimly lit here. Use the bullseye. What bullseye? I don't have the bullseye. I left the... Okay. Were we supposed to pick the bullseye back up? Is that what I'm getting stuck at? I thought Sherlock was just leaving it there because he was done with it.
Forbes, if...
Yeah, I missed hotspot. As it usually is the case. It's a missed hotspot. And funnily enough, it's an item we placed here ourselves and didn't pick back up. Bullseye lantern pick up. I can't believe it. I can't believe I didn't pick this back up. Okay. It's clear now. It is clear now. Well, to be fair, You usually get stuck on this game because you missed a hotspot. Because it doesn't have inventory puzzles or anything. This clicks. We wouldn't have been able to tell you about this. The walkthrough didn't even deign to
I
mention
hope
the
you're
lantern at the needle.
satisfied. You'd be the last to know, Forbes.
What does the walkthrough say then? Don't leave your flashlight in strange places. You are right. But the funny thing, and I know I'm wrong, but I thought I tried to pick it back up. Maybe I thought about it and subsequently forgot. But I thought I tried to pick it up, couldn't, and gave up. You know, moved on. What is this? Shiny disc. A small circular piece of work metal sits on edge against the riser of a step. And the button. A matte finished fragment of a button rests on the step. Examine the button. I'm slightly pissed at myself now. A short segment of unraveling black thread is attached to the button, which appears to be made of tortoise
A
shell.
mass-produced button is less informative than its custom-made predecessor, but it might mean something to Stitch Rumsey.
You'll wear out your welcome with him. You don't even
That's
know
what
the
it says at
provenance
the
of that
location.
piece.
Stop address needle. Examine the stair. Strange marks. Then a bit about talking stuff. Really? Oh wow. Okay then. I think we are. The disc appears to be silver or platinum. It may be a commemorative medal or watch fob. The inscription engraved on its soft polished surface is legible through long wear. The writing may have once been gold-filled.
This could be instructive. Very
However,
promising.
Needle is a famous landmark in London. Thanks for the hint, by the way, Doc. That was a nice hint. That made me realize I need the light back. It's so funny. I particularly remember thinking about the uncertain light comments. And I didn't think there was anything we could do with it, because it is a foggy place, right? But when you said it, I noticed we could do something. I mean, that was the hint. You can do something about the light is the hint, right? So yeah. Small circular piece. So what do we do with these now? The writing may once have been gold-filled. Leave the lantern. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's leave it here. The entirety of London is a foggy. Exactly. That's what I thought Sherlock was commenting on. I mean, it's uncertain light. What can we do? It's the environment. Thin black thread is attached to the matte finish fragment. So I am not exactly sure what to do with the button or this watch fob. Really? Oh, there's a new location. Okay. Ramsey's haberdashery. Okay. Let's see. Bolts of cloth. A slotted shelf displays bolts of lustrous silks, soft merinos, translucent taffetas, sprigged muslin, delicate organdy, tweeds, and velvets. Even the most demanding patron will find cloth to please her society, if not herself. Counter. This long counter serves as cutting-out table. Scattered in profusion are all of the tailor's tools and patterns. It is apparent that work is plentiful. Needle. A long sturdy needle used for working leather or bordered tweed rests apart from other implements. It looks to be a closer relation to an awl rather than sewing needle. Despite the fact that its point is broken off, it's still hazardously sharp. Can we pick it up? No. we cannot. Buttons. Examine. A veritable cornucopia of buttons are contained in a large open oakwood box. The base of the box is divided by balsa wood strips into tens of small compartments, handmade and machine-turned buttons of bone, wood, ivory, shell, and every other description are stored in them. Can we compare? No. No, we cannot. Sewing machine. A hand-operated Wilson sits on the stitches desk. Part of Ramsey's cachet, I guess, is that he can often be found doing fine finishing work at his personal machine. Examine this counter. Oh, it's the same counter. Rigged in tartan wool and ermine-trimmed cloak, the lady needs sartorial counseling. Individually, her garments are unexceptionable. In combination, they are horrid. Her pinched expression might be carved. Stitch perfected his art at Pentonville while doing a stretch for counterfeiting. He turned his eye to honest work, if selling a shirt for 2 guineas can be so called, and is the most skillful bespoke tailor on Jermyn Street. Part artist, part costumer, he caters to a discriminating clientele. 2 dummies are draped a la mode. 4 billows, bedecked gowns whose tiny waists demand the armor of whalebone corsets. Steel hoops have replaced horsehair crinolines. The exaggerated effect is still extremely still. Shot. Only the possession of excess funds links Ramsey's diverse clients, captains of industry, entertainers, and bon vivants, delights in his costumes and conventional clothing, and commonly he sews for both men and women. Mirrors. Large framed mirrors are positioned to give the amplest ladies and gentlemen a full view of themselves in their sartorial splendors. Costumes. In society, the mania for costume balls is unrestrained. Never too proud to associate with common taste, Stitch displays a popular Lord Nelson ensemble. Columbine, Harlequin, Marie Antoinette, and their ilk are in the back. Okay, I think that's all. Let's talk to Watson.
What is that racket, Watson?
The treadles of sewing machines, I imagine.
I mean the voices.
Can you not appreciate the dulcet tones of the Orient, Holmes?
My pedestrian mind cannot appreciate what it cannot understand.
I won't respond to that. If I didn't know you, I'd swear you were fishing for a compliment.
I beg your pardon, madam. Might I have a brief word with Mr. Ramsey?
No, Mr. Ramsey is not free.
So this is war.
If you might spare me a moment, Stitch, I would appreciate it.
Right away, Mr. Holmes. I'm just finishing up with Mrs. Rowbottom.
I'll tell you when we're finished, Mr. Ramsey. I'm paying good money and I expect no less than your undivided attention.
Is this the matron? Alright. You asked for this. I stabbed the pencil to the woman's neck. Does that work? No. I threatened to shoot the woman. No. I hit her with the keys. No. I throw a pebble at her. I propose marriage. No. Okay. Give her some money? Smoke tobacco at her face. Okay, it's not working. Okay.
I'll grow grey before Mrs. Rowbottom is satisfied.
Claim pressing business, national emergency and so on.
Worthless. I know her type. Obstinate as a mule.
A pointed threat might remove her recalcitrance.
Watson, you surprise me. Besides, have you not remarked the size of her handbag? Who knows what she has in there? I've decided on a strategy to shift La Rowbottom.
A subterfuge, then. But not too subtle, I hope. It would be lost on her.
She appears to be a woman whose sense of propriety may be vulnerable to judicious tweaking. Follow my lead.
Try not to be too offensive. She's Rumsey's customer, after all.
Have you chosen a fabric for one of Rumsey's incomparable suits?
In my dreams, Holmes. The practice won't support one at the moment. Perhaps when we're famous.
Among the costumes, the hero of Trafalgar seems a popular choice.
One wonders if the jacket comes sans right sleeve. Perhaps an eye patch may be let.
Okay. Let's see what Sherlock's plan is.
The fabric of your frock has become a favourite of the demi-monde.
You've seen it elsewhere?
Indeed. Watson, did we not recently see this particular material at the Chelsea Burlesque?
That young woman whom Bingo Oakshott insists on calling his protégé was draped in it. A dress, wasn't it? What there was of it.
You disremember her dress, but she had it on so briefly. No, it was the drawing-room curtains which she wore as a shawl.
Or was it a towel from the loo? Good day to you, madam.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry, Ramsey. You do what you gotta do.
I'm sorry, Stitch. I had to get rid of her.
Oh, I can live without her custom, Mr. Holmes. Much more trouble than it's worth. If you're looking for a job as a floor walker, I'll hire you.
Let's compliment Watson on a job well done. Good job, Watson. Thank you, Sherlock.
This needle seems to have outlived its usefulness. Might I take it?
You're welcome to it. It served me well. May it serve you, though I can't imagine how.
Has the move to Jermyn Street been advantageous, Stitch?
A bit more money, but I don't laugh so much as I did in Piccadilly.
A more serious sort of clientele comes round here?
They take themselves more seriously anywise. They dress better, more brass, but they're much the same.
I'm not surprised that a man of your experience is undeceived by appearances.
And the hat.
What can you tell me about this hat, Stitch? Anything of interest?
At the risk of dabbling in your line, I'd say the wearer has a oblong head, obviously big, younger man from the blocking. The style and quality bespeak concern, but not obsession with appearance. Colour probably doesn't signify.
And the shop?
De Groot's a competent tailor, imports all his materials from Amsterdam. He serves a comfortable clientele in South Africa.
Okay.
What can your practised eye tell me about this button, Stitch?
I'm sure you know its tortoise shell has a continental finish, Dutch maybe. The thread is nothing special, sewn to a coat I'd say, not off the peg, custom made, but not too dear.
Available locally?
Not here. I've got the largest inventory in England. Help yourself, you need one.
Okay. So this, the Groot's a la mode of Johannesburg, that was actually the one in South Africa. Ale. I don't know if you're still here, but it was your Johannesburg, apparently. You're still here? Who? Veru? I didn't say Veru, I said Ale. Did I say Veru? No, I said Ale, right?
New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted what are.
I said Ale, yeah. I just came in on, I don't know if you're still here. I was talking about Ale.
New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Silent Storm. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Dead Fire.
Thank you for the boost, Veru. So we have a button. One of Stitch's machine-turned buttons would make a fine twiddlewink. Needle. The long-storied needle was probably used for working leather or border tweed. Looks to be closely related to the thin old and sewing needle. So we have learned the shape of the guy's head, maybe. And we got a button. So how does that help us? I don't think we can show him anything else.
What can your practiced eye tell?
I'm sure you know its tortoise shell has a continental finish, Dutch maybe. The thread is nothing special, sewn to a coat I'd say, not off the peg, custom made, but not too dear.
Available locally?
Not here. I've got the largest inventory in England.
Taras? Hey Board Game Moon, welcome. How are you doing?
What can you tell me about this hat, Stitch? Anything of interest?
At the risk of dabbling in your line...
And the shop?
De Groot's a company...
Okay. So we need to find this button, compare it with something maybe, somewhere? Wait, don't leave just yet. Okay, you can leave now. Is this enough? Let's just try this before we go around everywhere. It's not enough. Tortoise shell. What was another thing that was tortoise shell?
We've just time.
Fine.
Was it in Mycroft's flat? Am I? Cats. Cats are tortoise shell. Oh. Look at so many options.
What can you tell me about a hatter named De Groot's in Johannesburg?
Thank you, Daisy.
Middling sort of haberdashery. Shops all over the colony, traditional garb, nothing special. A man can do worse than dress from their ready-to-wear ricks.
Have you noticed any dubious characters hanging about, Colleran?
None but Tallboy and myself, Mr. Holmes. I keep an eye out.
Does my brother ever entertain colleagues and such?
Excuse me, sir, but I don't understand how that concerns you.
Curious, Colleran, just curious.
Well then, to satisfy your idle curiosity, very rarely.
Have there been any burglaries here recently, Colleran?
A flat was turned over last month. Letters of credit and several sensitive
Is the
but as
South
yet
African accent?
unidentified documents were
Doesn't
taken.
sound like Ailes.
New locks
speaking.
were installed as a result.
No jewellery
It
or
sounds like
cash?
Australian.
No,
or
and that's
New
a
Zealand.
disturbing mystery, as I'm sure you'd agree.
Indeed. Mycroft had
But the
a
guy is
strong
supposed to
reason
be from South
cautious.
Africa.
Colleran, we'll just nip up for a moment. Want to check a few more things.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
Was there something here that I saw that was tortoise shell? I don't think so, and I don't think we have anything to do here either. Doesn't sound like any accent from here that you heard. Yeah, it doesn't sound like that. Did you say he was from South Africa, or he's been in South Africa until recently? You might be onto something, Taze. Now I don't remember for sure anymore.
Pleased to have seen you, Mr. Holmes. My best to your brother.
Why can we not leave from here, game, huh? Wait, maybe we got an updates. Maybe we got the note or something. Oh, maybe I could have shown them something. No. We're definitely from South Africa. Got the papers and everything. You may have forged the papers, Ale. I don't know if I believe you. Oh, okay, never mind. I feel like you might be lying, honestly. I think you are from South, North Africa. No updates with this guy. South North Africa. He's in the Philippines. So you're admitting you are from Philippines, is that it? I don't know. I'm stuck again. These won't be helpful. We won't find help here. Where did I see tortoise shell before? Was it a box? Tortoise shell box somewhere? I mean, it's probably nothing. Something in the club. Something with this guy, maybe.
Always a pleasure, Mr. Al.
Okay. What can you tell me about the hatter named the Groots in Johannesburg? Reply was middling sort of haberdashery, shops all over the colony, traditional garb, nothing special. A man could do worse than dress from the to wear rags. Have you noticed any dubious characters hanging about? None but Tallboy and myself. Okay. Flat was turned over last month. Dominance burglaries. Letters of credit and several sensitive but as yet identified documents were taken. Okay. Talio! Alright, Nathan. Have a great rest, have a great sleep. It was good to have you as always. I'll see you next time. So can we assume that this guy is from South Africa? Maybe. If we can assume he's from South Africa, then maybe that is enough information for Fleming to find the guy. A South African with a big head. I mean, how many can there be? Who studies at Cambridge? From Magdalen College. With a rose tattoo on his ass. There cannot be that many people, right? Can we look at these books now with that information? Exactly.
We've just time to...
Fine.
Maybe if we go home, we'll have a... I don't know. We cannot do anything with Wiggins. Cannot show him anything.
What about...
No word!
No.
Watson, tell me what to do. Hey, Kai. That kid's face is terrifying. I completely agree. He looks like a skull. The face looks like a skull. It's very scary. Welcome, Akai. Good to see you. Okay, there's nothing. I don't know what to do. Completely stuck. Analyze? Okay. So there was one thing. I knew there was a reason I came here. Okay. Alright, we are back on track. Not stuck anymore. At least for 2 minutes.
The microscope can't do better than my eye. The gold is old, thin, and smeared. You might want to open the window, Watson.
If you're going to use acid on the metal, please take care. You remember what happened last time. Very unsettling to hear a woman of advanced years yell that loudly.
Poor Mrs. Hudson. So acid. We are supposed to use acid. Hydrochloric acid. That would eat right through the thing. Maybe nitric acid. Do we scrape or do we put it right in? And turn it on. Distilled water. Add water. Tweezers. Pick it back up. Scrape it right there. Cut it. Light it. Beak it. It's alcohol. Litmus paper. Okay, we are trying everything, chat. It is that time of the year. Oh, it was hydrochloric acid actually.
What am I trying to build?
Well, at least Sherlock knows. Not I. That's okay. Do we light it up now? Sodium sulfate. Dish. Distilled water. Stir it. Glass rod. Tweezers. Are you a chemist? No, I have no idea. I'm just trying everything. Okay. Dish. Magnifying glass.
The Aqua Regia removed the gold fill very nicely. The engraving is visible. The inscription reads, "To commemorate your majority, 23676.
Aha.
If our victim was a Cambridge man, he probably entered in 74.
Is this enough information? So we are looking for a South African with a big head and has a rose tattoo on his ass and graduated from Cambridge in 76. So there cannot be too many of them, I think. The owner turned 21 on 23rd June 1876. How do we know he did not lose a year? Maybe he entered late. It's a game that has dad walking. Would have been funny if you spent too long and melted it. No, I don't think
Let us resume.
I'm prepared.
There is soft locking in this game. Now, I don't know for sure, but we played the first game last week and there was no soft locking in there. There aren't any mistakes or anything that you can make. It has terrible pixel hunting, but thankfully no soft locks. I don't even think there is death. Alright. Fleming. This must be enough. Yes.
Hello, Fleming. Our boy probably came to college for Michaelmas term, 1874.
Let me consult my book. Ah, yes. 1874. A rum class. Bright, no question. But rum.
Anybody
Wouldn't be
there
much
who
about
later
investigation
joined the
without
Tudor
that.
Rose?
Let's see.
Let me clarify.
There's
I mean,
Dundalk, the
there is
Earl's
no death
youngest
of the
boy.
protagonist.
Died in the Transvaal, I heard. And Lawton
Everyone else is
a
fair game.
lord since his pater passed on. An MP, I believe. Oh, yes, his special friend was Pratt. An orphan, came to us from India. Strange boy. Don't know what
Also
became of
mystery.
him. And Cunard, he's making his fortune in Australia. That's all, I think.
Thank you, Fleming. Very helpful.
Now, which of those had a big
pleasure,
head?
sir.
And a rose tattoo on the buttocks. Do they all have big heads?
Pratt and Lawton together. This is too terrible to be a coincidence, Watson. Our corpse is the ex-Thomas Pratt, I'm certain of it.
If you say so, Holmes. I'm a bit baffled.
Cambridge can
Big
reveal no
head.
more about the present case. We can just make the next train to London. I wish to see Pratt's effects, and then we'll carry the bad news to Lord Lawton.
Okay, we found him, yes, we did. Who will verify the existence of a butt tattoo? Of course, the butt tattoo artist. I mean, that's an easy question.
We've just time to catch the next train to London.
Excellent. Let's be off.
I too love butts.
So are we going to Lord Lawton?
I too love butts.
I'm glad. I'm glad you do.
Please show me in. I have tragic news for Lord Lawton.
Did his favourite nag break a leg?
A colleague of his named Pratt has been found murdered.
Young Master Thomas. I am sorry. He was a nice boy, troubled but kind. In the old Lord's day, he was often here. Haven't seen him in years.
Are we going to have to use our tried and tested technique of summoning the butler?
No, my lord, I will not. Do you require...
Sorry?
Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, my lord.
My position requires further reflection. Billiards is fascinating, don't you think?
We have seen this guy before. We have talked to him. And the exact same thing that happened then is happening now.
I'm sorry to inform you that your friend Thomas Pratt has been found dead.
Really?
How unlucky. We were at Cambridge together, but I barely knew him. You might as well offer your condolences to the ministry char. How did he die? Heart failure?
Yes, it stopped. After he was shot. Twice. In the face.
Pity. He had such a beautiful face.
And a rose tattoo on his backside.
I'm sure I don't know, though I'm not surprised you do. Your type specializes in the nether regions.
Wow, this guy. And I think he's lying because the butler said he used to visit a lot.
Your colleague should know of Pratt's condition and other developments. Where might I find Sir Avery Fanshawe?
He took Brumwell's old pile in Chelsea. Wife is infatuated with redecorating. He'll be riveted by the news if you can wake him.
And Philip Bledsoe?
Haven't a clue. Heard the unsociable lout has chambers in Gray's Inn.
How about the clerk, Eldridge Whitney? Do you know anything of his whereabouts away from work?
He really was
the
nuts.
pathetic sod keeps a cot at the ministry, uses a public bath as his dressing room.
Either he's putting on a show, or he already knew.
What do you think is the
worse,
connection between
arranged.
Pratt's murder and the formula's disappearance?
There is no connection whatsoever.
I must now decide whether you are remarkably unimaginative or a liar. Perhaps both.
I don't have to tolerate insults in my own home.
I'm sorry, tact has deserted me. There is no doubt that Pratt's execution and the theft of the formula are related, Lord Lawton. If Pratt was not the thief, he knew who was.
So you say. The problem is, no one, your brother included, has conclusively proved that the formula was stolen.
What a surprise. The body charged with making that determination cancelled its inquiry almost as soon as it began. I ask again why the investigation was terminated.
There is no need to make mountains from molehills. Bring the ministry into disrepute every time some papers are mislaid. Go there yourself. You have my permission. You'll see what sort of place it is. Despite your brother's efforts, it's not terribly well ordered.
You expect the formula to turn up, then?
I think it probable. Well, it's a definite possibility at the very least. A clerk may have misplaced it, or the char, or one of the members. Stop grilling me and go bother them. Or better, return to your own affairs.
Just so you know, Lawton, the discovery of the formula would not complete this investigation. We are far beyond the resolution of a simple theft. You neglect this fact at your peril.
If you want someone to bully, bother Fanshawe. Or Silverbridge. He initiated the call for termination. Rake him over the coals. I have nothing more to say.
So, it wasn't this guy who initiated the call for termination. This guy is annoying, but I don't think he's very smart. I don't take criminal mastermind vibes from this guy.
Your employer was less than forthcoming about Mr. Pratt, Jenkins. I wonder if I might have a private word.
Possibly. Highly irregular, probably disloyal, but possibly. I liked that boy.
Come on, Jenkins. Come over to the light side.
I'll tell you of Mr. Pratt's demise. In return, you could answer some questions and let me look about.
Lord Lawton will be out with Lady Lockridge later.
Fine. I'll return.
I'll trade for information about Master Pratt, but there's a higher cost for telling tales out of school and giving you the run of the house. You play a decent game of billiards?
I have a passable game. I'm not really...
I'm a devotee, but one can always improve. If you can teach me a lesson, we could have a chinwag afterward. If you can't, I'm mum. That's the deal, agreed?
You seem quite sure of the outcome?
As sure as the Lord Chief Justice wears a wig. Be in the limelight with the lads at the academy when I tell him I had you over a barrel here.
You gotta beat the guy at billiards?
Is Lord Lawton a music aficionado?
Very devoted to euterpe and terpsichore.
Music's the only thing we have money for nowadays. Cylinders, scores, stands, new felt piano tuning and the like.
So are we going to play billiards? Am I supposed to meet the guy somewhere at a pub or something?
Perhaps you might stand in my place at the table. You wield a decent cue.
You take neither pleasure nor honour in playing me. It's you he wants.
In that case, I wonder if Jock Mahoney still holds court at St. Bernard's. He may know Jenkins.
As I recall, you two didn't part the best of mates.
True, but I don't hold a grudge. Perhaps we should return to 221B for reflection.
I'm sure I could use some refreshment.
Fine then. Sounds like you imagine yourself Pinkman sounds. Pikmin. Okay. St. Bernard's Billiard Academy. Are we supposed to learn how to play pool? We can go to the Ministry of Defense. So new places, 2 new places, 3 new places, French House Pile. Let's start with the oldest of the places. Wiggins, my boy. Any updates? I thought something would happen. Rectory. Oh, It's been a while since I used this. Maybe there is another name we can look up. Among the notices of common persons, the Messieurs Kelly have incorporated selected listings of debris peerage. What does it? Skim? Okay, I guess we don't have to use it. So why did Dr. Watson, or why did they talk about coming back here? I thought something would happen. Like the game was telling me that something was up. Okay.
Do you concur with my decision not to tell Lestrade about Pratt?
Yes. The explanation would certainly compromise the confidentiality of our investigation, and Scotland Yard's involvement would further complicate an already baffling case.
I wonder if friend Farthington knows the disparaged solicitor Bledsoe.
Because they've both been called to the bar? I would think it highly improbable. Farthington never had much of a practice.
You might not see for a
Lawton said
while.
Bledsoe
Why?
kept
Did you have a
chambers
bad
at Gray's
stream?
Inn. Farthington lives there. He's just the gentle sort to befriend an outcast.
Okay. You seem to be done with talking to Watson. I don't know if we can do anything here.
Return to the hunt.
As you say.
Yeah. Turn to the hunt. Get intense. Oh. It might be easier to avoid the whole scene. Well, that's why I don't argue, especially on stream. It's not the best platform to talk about serious stuff. Another place. Okay, so we have the Billiard Academy. We have Ministry of Defense. We have one chess pile. And Jacob Fording's chamber. Where should we start? Let's start here. Actually, I'm going to take a very short break. I need to take a break. Gotta visit the bathroom. Until recently, snooker was the game of choice at St. Bernard's, but an honest working man framed the bulk of his clientele. The new emphasis on billiards is a vain attempt to attract what's referred to as better class of person. Its current customers are layabouts, sharpies, and the occasional skill stroke. Okay, let's make a save. Billiards. And I shall be back in less than 5 minutes. You've seen how much you like you when you have to type it all out. Yeah, I know. I mean, if you say you cannot stop arguing, that maybe your decision is best. You know best. Yeah, when I'm back in less than 5 minutes, we are going to continue, I suppose, learning billiards, perfecting our skills. I don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, stay tuned. Thank you for your patience with the ads, and be right back. I'll save you! I tried. You are one of the patrons whom he helped, but you can't bring yourself to open the gates. Wow, that's loud and long. You don't want to give the labyrinth another chance. Another chance to take it. Really, game? Really?
Likely to change. It's obvious that there'd be trouble ahead. People always
sir?
talk.
Do you need a hand? Are you okay there?
Somebody and you're in trouble. That's how it goes. I thought that had been cleared up ages ago. People always. Well, that was. If you think.
Nope. It's not doing anything for me.
I have secured us a Monday stream of Barbie horse adventures.
No.
Riding camp. Everyone who wants
No
to
way.
see it, give me a good old YAIC.
It's not going to happen, Payson. Choose another game. I'm not going to play Barbie Horse Adventures Riding Camp. Shoot whatever you want, you know. No, come on, I'm not going to play Barbie. Stop. Shut up. Shut up. Stop wagging. Okay? I'm not playing Barbie. Not happening. Not happening. Not happening, okay?
Oaks.
New extra Monday stream request.
Come on, what?
_Voga requested. You're gonna play it and you're gonna like it.
Are you serious? Honey would be her. I don't care. He's dead.
Come on,
Come here. Come here. You can't run away forever. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Come here.
People always talk. I thought that had been cleared up ages ago. I'd better keep out of it. Some people never.
Put the weapon down.
Arthur. Put the weapon down.
Hey.
Same old story. Very clever.
What? What? No, I was looking at chat. I was looking at the chat. How are you alive?
He's had enough. You're very probably right.
There you go. That's what you get.
There was a time when things would have gone very different.
Let me use the terminal.
It has a password. Time to hack this bad boy.
Alright, I'm back. Let's continue. Handbill. Doesn't look too lost to you. We found it. Welcome, Andlog. We found you, Andlog. We found you. Finally. We've been looking for you all day. How are you today? A professionally printed handbill announces a holiday billiards exhibition and competition at the Albert Hall. Jenkins will be in heaven. What is Lush? Oh, this is Lush. The outsized barman mumbles as he obsessively polishes glassware, a workman of uncommon dedication. He has proven himself to be a less than satisfactory source of information. Yes, I needed extra logs. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know what to do with all the logs you bring to the channel. The beaver hat, patent leather shoes, nasal wine, and signet ring mark this dolt more plainly than a quack suggests a duck.
That server tonight.
His sloppy stupor decisively proclaims that wealth and position guarantee neither taste nor discretion. This fine table was manufactured 50 years ago by Messieurs Thurston and Co. in Catherine Street. With care, it should last another half century. This denizen once gloried in pomaded hair, waxed mustaches, and custom-made clothing. His garments are now shabby and he needs a shave. One hopes he supplements his liquid diet with the odd sandwich. The gold band that formerly encircled the ring finger of his bridge hand is absent. A straight glass pint containing the remains of Irish stout is perched precariously on the table edge. Mahoney's flamboyant canary yellow cashmere coat lies carelessly crumpled in a spectator's chair. One cuff appears to have rested in a spittoon. Oh. Terrible. But there's no spittoon there, though. Leather case. The crocodile hide case with brass fittings is large enough to hold a flute or two, an air rifle, or a sizable collection of riding crops. Mr. Mahoney is unlikely to be familiar with any of those objects.
Unless you are looking for a premature demise, best put down that cue case.
Ah, it's a cue case.
We're starting to get friendly, Mr. Holmes. Don't spoil it.
I haven't even spoken to you yet. How are we starting to get friendly? Bower & Well, who popularized trousers and fancy cravats, hangs above the fireplace. Intimate of the dissolute George IV, he is the patron of dandies, swells, and other folks who live by their wits rather than by their labor. Okay, let's start talking to people.
The aphorism claims that skill at billiards is a sign of youth misspent. Do you credit it?
No more than any other decrepit cliches. A good man who can handle a cue is no less admirable for that fact. Quite the reverse.
The Academy seems to have travelled a bit upmarket, has it not?
Miraculous change. Quite snug in this incarnation. Shame they couldn't eliminate the smell.
That would have required a miracle of quite another magnitude.
Oh, dartboard. In its journey upmarket, the Academy has made one concession to its humbler origins. A dartboard, the entertainment staple of any working man's pub, is available for patrons so inclined. Darts may be obtained, well, at the bar. Let's talk to Lush, barman. We will talk to this guy last.
Not much by way of conversation around here, is there?
All a man could want. A surface even. Best friends I ever had. Salt of the earth. Better than my nanny. Better than my own hound.
You know Mr. Mahoney, then?
Who? Sounds an Irish name. I wouldn't know him. Not my sort.
Is that all?
A large brandy, please.
With pleasure, sir. That'll be a shilling.
Attractive redecoration, but you've lost some of your humbler
That's what I was
We
thinking
continue to receive gentlemen of leisure and refinement who take pleasure in the joys of intelligent conversation and a game of skill.
Sounds like a magazine advert.
It is.
Is this all? Okay. I thought there would be more conversation with these guys.
Hello, Jock. Remember me? Not likely to forget a world-famous snoop, am I? I need a favour. Bad luck. I'm fresh out.
Jock?
Your marital affairs appear to have altered precipitously. What happened? My marriage is up the spout. I'll leave off before I stow this cue in your gullet.
Excuse me. Wow. A miracle of nature, they're in the same position.
I assume you're still cock of the walk here. Would you like a game? Like you could give me one? No chance. I don't mess with amateurs. I'd pay for the privilege. Me? In your employ? Not bloody likely. I'm not good enough for you to play, and you won't help me get better. Not terribly sporting. Stuff sporting. You had your way with me last time you was here. Never again. That's unfair, Jock. I caused you no real harm, and your information helped apprehend a vicious murderer. End justifies the means, does it? You forced me to grass on a friend.
Your friend was a killer, though. Am I supposed to do something as he does the shots? I mean, Sherlock walks so slowly. Even if I knew what to do, I don't think he'd be able to do it. And he has to talk to Jock from all the way here for some reason.
Do you prefer billiards or snooker? Makes no difference. I prefer drinking at my local and a game of darts. But a bloke's got to earn his daily bread, or beer, as the case may be.
Well, you know what? You teach me billiards, I'll teach you darts. How about that?
Why is Mr. Mahoney in such a foul mood?
I deal drinks and darts, sir. Information concerning my customers cannot be purchased at any price.
The Metropolitan Police deal harshly with violation of the Temperance Act.
Which is supposed to mean what?
You're serving spirits to an inebriated person.
What was it you wanted?
Some civility for starters. Has Mahoney lost his wife?
In a way. She sailed off to America with the whole O'Shea clan.
I'm sorry for his loss, but I need Mahoney's help. What can you suggest?
He's a hard man. Threats don't move him, and he doesn't care for money. Lost his appetite for pleasure. Doesn't even enjoy busting up a room or breaking a few arms like he did. Competition is all that keeps him alive. And beer, of course.
May I have the darts, please?
Will you be playing a serious game, sir?
You'll be the first to know.
No need to get shirty. I just work here.
There was darts minigame in the first game as well. Are they going to put me through it again? I guess we are maybe playing darts. Academy's match set of bronze missiles appear artfully feathered, perfectly balanced, and dangerously sharp. Not to get shorty? No, that's a phrase you haven't heard. I don't know what that means. Is it like no need to get smart or something?
I'm sorry about your wife's decision.
Irritable,
I hope she'll
querulous.
return. I doubt it, but keep a good thought.
If someone gets shorty, they behave in a bad-tempered and rude way because they are annoyed about something. But is that what we did? Were we irritating? I guess Sherlock is always shorty.
Might I stand you to a glass of stout? I only drink with friends. Like all good things in life, they appear to be in short supply. What's your point? Perhaps we could become numbered among those happy few. You could try. What about a game of darts, Jock? Now, why would I want to do that? The thrill of competition, the excitement of a bout. You could choose the game. And what's in it for you? The pleasure of your company, and a morsel or two of information if I win. You'll have to settle for me company. I toss a brilliant dart. Have to take my chances, won't I?
I don't think we will have one chance. There's no way, but I will make a save anyway. What's cricket?
How about a game of cricket? Make it easy on yourself, Mr. Holmes. It's all the same to me. Fine. I've had some success with cricket. Choose your weapons.
Wait, what is cricket? I chose cricket, but I don't know what cricket is. What are the rules? I have to... What? I have to throw the dart at 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, and 15 and bullseye. No, what? He's cheating. Come on. I don't even know the rules.
New critical hits boost. Bogu underscore Bogu just missed its skill issue.
He's the computer. Of course he's more skilled than me. I don't even know what we need to do. But let's lose this game. Actually, let me do the boosts. How are you, Bogu? Good to see you. Welcome. This score isn't being recorded anywhere. And there is something... Okay, game over, Holmes. Game over, Holmes wins. I pressed escape, it said Holmes wins. What? I guess we lost actually. Want to catch up with minis and stream stuff? Look like you're gonna have to catch up with... Oh no, sorry to hear that, Bogu. Plus terrible gym session. Looks like you aren't having a great day.
How about a game of 301? Make it easy on yourself, Mr. Holmes. It's all the same to me. Better play to your strength. 301 it is. Choose your weapons.
So 301 is when you have to reach a total score of 301. I think. You get to laugh at my e-dart skills. Thank you. Thanks for complimenting my amazing dart skills. And I am happy that you can laugh with joy at my accomplishments and conquests. I appreciate it, Bogu. You're a good friend. 25. 15. 65. 25. Okay, this is the game we played in the first game. I can get better at this. I'm sure. After a few tries. Free. See? He makes mistakes. At least the dart actually goes where you you know, stop the pointers at. In the first game it wasn't correct. It was off. As soon as I'm able to stop them in the correct place, we shall be doing lots of bullseyes. 15. 11. Ah, he got it. He got it. Once more. The worst part, I have to, walk slowly here. Tell him to
Care
play
for
again.
another match, Jock? Amuse yourself, Mr. Holmes. Ask whatever you like.
Yeah. Wait, did we win? Oh, wait. We won in the first try. It was bugged when I pressed escape and it said Holmes wins. I thought it was a visual bug and we didn't actually win. But the bug was worse than that. We actually won that time when I quit the game. I think.
What's in the case, Jock? Tools of the trade, Mr. Holmes.
I'm not 100% sure.
I believe you know Alfred Jenkins, Lord Lawton's man. Can he give you a run? At billiards, Alfie. In his dreams.
It's
very
stats,
important
exactly.
that I impress him at the table, Jock. Could I give him a game? I didn't say he was rank. Alfie's got a good eye. Better stroke than most. But he's limited. No strategy. Sees nothing but the shot he's got. And you? I'm thinking 3 or 4 shots ahead. He thinks I'm lucky, but I know where the cue ball is going. I tumbled to a system. The diamond system? Exactly. I've been keeping mum. But lots of the lads have figured it out. Poor Alfie can't suss it. Will you show it to me? Will you show it to him? Probably. But can he master it on one viewing? And if he does, I suspect it would not put a player of your skill at a disadvantage. You're right. And a deal's a deal. Here's how it works.
We actually
just
did
need a
win
little
that one.
knowledge
That's crazy.
and the proper tools.
But we gotta be fair, right? We still have to
There
win
you
against,
have it.
win
the
against him
principle,
properly.
anyway. I see it. Most ingenious, Jock. Truly amazing.
Amazing.
Any special tips for me, Jock? I hope I'm not doing the dirty on poor Alfie, Mr. Holmes. You having more advantages than most. But he's crazy to learn the diamond system. He'll open like an oyster to the man who shows it to him. Thank you, Jock. Hope I can return the favour one day.
You know what? Screw darts. We are not playing again. I won. If Sherlock was walking a little bit faster, I would actually go for a fair win at darts. But no. Okay, Jenkins, come with me. I have some schooling for you.
Are you ready for our chat, Jenkins?
If you're ready to play, Mr. Holmes, let's not dally.
I was just admiring the room.
A faint reflection of its former greatness. Only a few nice objects remain.
Maybe there's a billiards minigame. That would be fun.
Why have some of the house furnishings been allowed to deteriorate?
Want of money, of course. The present lord's personal habits have impoverished us and ruined our reputation.
I'm sorry, Jenkins. It must be a sore trial for you. Is that Lawton's grandfather above the fireplace?
Great-grandfather, the first Earl, received the title from Wellington himself after Waterloo.
He looks a rogue to me.
A little rough around the edges, perhaps. Sailed close to the wind on 1 or 2 occasions, the truth be told. Still, compared to his leaden progeny, he was pure gold.
Could you change the music, Jenkins? This piece is distracting.
Poor performance must always have a pretext, Mr. Holmes.
He is sure we will not show a good performance. Well, Jenkins, you'll be surprised.
I hope you will not mind, Jenkins, if I observe that this room lacks a strictly personal touch.
Not at all. He's disposed of numerous heirlooms for ready cash. The family portraits provide all the individuality there is, and I believe he's trying to sell them. The music room is a bit more intact.
Okay.
I hope you
No,
will
no, no, no.
not...
Oh, okay. Never mind.
May we get started, Jenkins? Cut to the chase.
When he goes into the
You're
animation,
that anxious
we have to
have your
wait until
clock
the animation ends,
tuned, Mr.
until we
Holmes?
can talk to him
Not
again.
really.
I thought we
told
got
you
stuck
what I
again.
knew of Mr. Pratt's death.
That got you in the door.
I'm just eager for more of your conversation.
Be eager then, even ardent. But you'd better play well if you want more time here.
How do we play though? Ugh, okay, it goes into animation again. I tried picking up a cue. Didn't work. Oh.
We won't waste time with a match, Jenkins. I possess something you want.
I'm sure that this is not about knowledge, money, or a nimble tongue. This is about billiards. Can you play?
I know the diamond system. I'll show you how it works. My price is fair dealing and plain conversation. And a look around the house.
Done. You are approaching divinity. I accept your terms. Show me now, please.
So, Jenkins, I assume I've met your
I
standard
don't
of
understand
performance.
what he's just showed
Very
him. Like
impressive,
it was the
Mr.
same in the
Holmes. I don't know where
academy.
you learned it. They say even a blind pig finds an acorn from time to time. Well, do your worst. I'm no Welcher. Ask what you will. Look at what you want. For the moment, you've got the run of the place.
First of all, can we turn off the music? Okay. I guess we can go up now, maybe.
The room must have once been quite lovely.
It was, Mr. Holmes. I've become quite weepy thinking about it. Now, please be brief. I'd prefer you were gone when Lord Lawton returns.
Do you have the key for this album, Jenkins?
I do not. Those are his lordship's private snaps, Mr. Holmes.
Someone has already violated that privacy. Note the marks around the lock. I wonder what he found.
Perhaps I won't delve too deeply into your intentions.
That would be best. Lord Lawton has made false or evasive responses to my inquiries. Why?
Does he owe you money?
No. His prevarications may have dangerous consequences for you and every British subject.
This is how I see it, Mr. Holmes. He disguises the truth from himself as often as from others. Bad investments and gambling have exhausted his patrimony. To avoid bankruptcy, he's made a dreadful marriage agreement with a blue-nosed prig. He can't afford to lose this grotesque prospect. So concealment is the emblem of his life, and he has much to hide. Dubious friends, disgusting habits, dismal relationships, the gamut of youthful indiscretion and aimless turpitude.
So he may have a guilty secret. Or having no secret, he may have lied by habit. Or lacking the real article, he may think that the truth can be converted into money at a later date.
Exactly. Not much help, but true.
Also tells us that he may have done, stolen the formula for money. Or keeping quiet for money. Could be... Can we climb here now?
That portion of the house is closed, sir, with...
Okay. What about the box? Okay, we can open the box now, at least. The silk lining shows that the box was intended to hold a ring. The box is now empty. Could it be... No, this is Mycroft's ring. Why would it be? Unlock? Oh, we are going to pick the... Ah. Got it. Got it, got it. We are going to pick that lock. With a blunt needle.
That's my line in the sand, Mr. Holmes. Put the album back this instant.
Fine. Photographs and daguerreotypes? Daguerreotypes. What is daguerreotype? Of Lord Loughton and his friends, several of whom are young women, and are arranged in the album. The last page shows traces of glue in the corners, but the picture is missing. Watson. Okay, I thought maybe Watson would distract Jenkins.
Are these all of Loughton's photographs?
That's the lot. His lordship's not a sentimental man. Keeps only a few mementos and souvenirs and rarely looks at those.
The photo from the inside of the back cover is missing, Jenkins. Do you recall it?
Invading Lord Loughton's privacy is not among my duties.
You never saw the photograph while you were cleaning? Or perhaps he showed it at a gathering?
I may have seen it once, by chance. It was the portrait of a handsome female person. He has many of those. But this was different. I believe I've seen the lady, but I can't recall where, I'm sorry.
Seen her where? In the house?
No, never. It's a guess, but it may have been in the newspaper.
Can I show you the newspaper I have, and maybe you will find the lady? No. Well, we can go to the newspaper. We can go to the author's place, or the newspaper stands. Is that all? All that's here? Study the music. I think that's new. The source of Liszt's transcription of a Paganini etude and the violin part to a Mozart sonata are heavily annotated. The violinist appears to be experiencing difficulty with both pieces. I'm not surprised. At least about Paganini. Play. Let's play. Wow. Amazing performance, Sherlock. That was an almost perfect major scale.
When was the piano last tuned?
Someone came from the studio just the other day.
Did you watch him work?
Of course not. I heard him from the billiard room, but I don't think he left the piano except to let himself out. Couldn't have been here more than 30 minutes.
Did he leave an invoice?
Now that you mention it.
Are we supposed to
anything?
think
Then I'd
that
bet the manner
that
that he
last
took something away.
that last key was out
Has
of
anything
tune?
gone mysteriously
Because
missing?
it was 2 keys.
Not that I've noticed.
It wasn't an out of tune key.
Who accompanies Lord Lawton when he plays?
Of late it's Lady Lockridge, and a company puts too good a face on it. Caterwall is closer to the mark. Sometimes I have to leave the house for the cacophony.
He didn't leave anything. I'd bet the manner that he took something away hasn't gone mysteriously missing. It's the photo has gone missing. Could be 2 strings behind that particular key. Maybe. That would be a very weird mistake in the tuning. More likely, the sound designers, whoever recorded this, wanted to give the illusion of a out of tune key and press 2 keys. That's what I think. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Some of the keys, even up to 3 strings, right? Yeah. Maybe.
What is Lady Lockridge to Lord Lawton?
Lady Cordelia Lockridge is, as she always says, his affianced.
The late Lord Cecil's daughter? Lives on Wilton Crescent in Belgravia?
The same, and her disagreeable pedigree is unmistakable. A simple sighting or sound from her mouth bellows her genealogy.
These selections may be too difficult for Lady Cordelia. I know from experience that Paganini is formidable.
Mary had a little lamb exhausts the woman's skill. She has no ear nor rhythm, but don't tell her. She chose the pieces, and now mastery is a matter of pride. She's that stubborn.
Do they practice?
Constantly. Between arguments, they've had hard words over her interpretations. She's getting desperate, and in the end, that's bad for him.
So the piano has been tuned by some party that we don't know. Probably a fake tuner who did a good job and was here as an excuse to steal something, and we have found 1 picture missing. He could have stolen the picture. How does the violinist woman come into the equation? I don't know. Maybe she knows about the tuner, where they hired the tuner.
That's...
I don't think there's anything else here that I'm missing. Yeah, carpets, no. Stairway, no. We cannot go back there. We cannot. Okay, let's leave. Let's go to some other place. We have plenty of other new leads. We have this. Okay, this just appeared. Ministry of Defense here. Let's go here for now.
He may be engaged. I haven't even announced you. Were you raised by wolves? I can't approve impositions on Mr. Farthington's time. He does little enough real work as it is. People without appointments are so aggravating.
Good day, gentlemen. What a pleasant surprise. Help yourself to a sherry while I finish this brief. I won't be long.
Numerous cigarette ends, ashes, and spent matches flood the freestanding marble ashtray. The sand-filled bowl sits on a chromium-plated base. Retrieve. The creator of this pile of ants tried desperately to get his money's worth. They are less than a half inch in length. At least there's no taste. The tobaccos are all Egyptian, a long-stem variety known as Theban yellow. Theban yellow gives off the characteristic odor. The mixture and the paper that surrounds it are custom-made by a middling sort of tobacconist. This globe is a reproduction of Da Vinci's purely spherical map. Leonardo built the original in 1515, so the topographical dimensions of the Americas are merely approximated. Two sets of brass hinges are inset along the equator. You don't want to spin this, isn't this a bar, a mini bar? The globe's position is fixed in its frame. Fortunately, there is space to circumnavigate it. The northern hemisphere tilts away from the equator to reveal a collection of glassware. Several clean glasses accompany bottles of Amontillado and Manzanilla sherry, and a particularly distinguished single malt Scotch whiskey. Okay, we helped ourselves to a sherry. These doors lead to Farthington's unspeakably rude clerk in the outer office, then to Holborn near Chancery Lane. The Mercator projection of the African continent must remind Farthington of his time there. He is a good man with few religions and unashamed of his past. There will be trouble in that area before too long. The accumulation of great riches always causes great suffering. Farthington has framed a letter of transit which permitted he and Stanley Caraway to enter the Orange Free State, dated 12th of December 1867. It is stamped by Borough Republican Authority at Witwatersrand. Witwatersrand? I don't know. To envision him young, lean and hungry on the gold diggings in Transvaal is a delightful challenge. The barrister proudly displays his baccalaureate degree from one of the more respected Oxford colleges. Farthington's extensive library seems to have grown larger, though not with the weighty tomes of his possession. One hopes the bizarre brass rack is unique because two in the world would be too many. It could serve as a very tall candelabra or, if necessary, a gibbet. These broken stairs once provided access to Farthington's less controversial volumes. Burton's unexpurgated translation of the 1001 Arabian Nights once sat on the top shelf. Perhaps he no longer reads such books. Lamp. Farthington has invested in a modern desk lamp. This presumably means that he has abandoned the Rococo candelabra, which formerly provided the greatest sort of local illumination. A leather-bound appointments book joins a hillock of papers on the desk. It's a harmless affectation, considering the meagerness of his business. Consecutive numerals preceding the name of this month are written in a broad hand on the left edge of the page. A few word fragments are visible. For a man who does very little work, Farthington's calendar is remarkably filled. Many of the appointments are luncheon dates. Earlier today, Farthington penned an entry, PB chat.
Asking you to keep your eyes to yourself is like asking a dog not to bark.
The marble likeness of the great Amtilius Cicero. Cicero? I always confuse the pronunciation of this name. I think it's Cicero? I'm not so sure. Besides being the most influential political orator in Rome, he acted both as an advocate and a prosecutor in the law courts. Farthington has replaced his royal canopic jars with splendid 5th century white figure-style amphorae from Attica. Perhaps the Egyptian artifacts were not as authentic as they might have been. A lovely photograph of Anna Carraway and her son Paul is mounted in a hinged silver frame. Admire. Sherlock decides to admire from afar, apparently.
Do you suppose Paul and Anna would sit for such a photograph for me? There's no need. Anna has the negative to that one.
Papers, briefs, and letters are, as always, scattered about Farthington's desk. He has replaced the flimsy veneered credenza that previously served as his working surface with a solid oak item more suitable to the purpose. Okay, dialogue time.
Waters is still the image of incivility. I wonder that Farthington keeps him on.
A competent clerk may be hard to find. Then again, some people tolerate abusive behavior better than others.
We did a good bit of work for the Carraways, Watson, if I say so myself.
One day the world will learn of it too. It's called The Case of the Serrated Scalpel.
You've written it up, have you? Shall I see it published?
Not in this lifetime, old friend. We made a promise. Rest assured, I've given credit where it was due.
What is the promise?
Protected the innocent and vilified the guilty. All received their just deserts.
The barrister's substantial girth is unchanged. His flushed complexion, gouty knuckles, and rubicund nose suggest that the demands of his vocation have neither diminished his devotion to nor inhibited his consumption of mass quantities of heavy food and strong drink. We are back in the most backseat-friendly stream on Twitch. Thank you, Doc. Your clerk's demeanor is unaffected by his tuition at the Charm Academy.
Your clerk's demeanor is unaffected by
Although
his tuition at the Charm
you forgot
Academy.
2 letters.
In this inconstant
UAM.
world, I find comfort in his predictable impudence.
Small comfort, I should think.
At my age, Doctor, small comforts are all a wise man should expect. Speaking of which, I'm sorry for your brother's accident, Holmes. I've heard he will recover. You won't mind if I work while we talk. What may I do for you? I'm looking for a barrister named Bledsoe. He has chambers here, I believe. In candor, I advise you to look elsewhere for legal representation. This is strictly a private matter, nothing to do with the law yet. I believe he serves on your brother's committee. Surely that would be a more suitable forum for cross-examination. It would not, as it happens. Do you know where he is? I couldn't say. You would not compel me to violate a confidence as the price for telling me his whereabouts. If the substance of your colloquy is confidential, Holmes, so is his location. In fairness, I can do no less. He's a friend of sorts. You must give up something to receive. We can deal on no other basis. Where are the Egyptian funerary urns? Were they less lovely than they looked? Confiscated. Fakes, and stolen besides. I was nearly charged. A client and former friend gave them to discharge a debt. The case is in Chancery. I'll never live to see its resolution.
Justice delayed is justice denied.
Apt, Doctor, but regrettably meaningless to the Lord Chancellor. I note Cicero has replaced Demosthenes as your orator of choice.
Is Cicero
Infer no
correct?
qualitative judgment. The Athenian was an unpleasant reminder of youthful excess. You may recall that he perfected his enunciation with a mouthful of pebbles. I aped his training methods, but used whorehound lumps instead. One day I
Is it the
accidentally
original
swallowed them all.
pronunciation?
Wreaked havoc on my digestive tract.
I feel like it's a modern pronunciation, not the original.
If you won't tell me where Bledsoe is, perhaps
Like
you
Caesar
would tell
and
me about
Kaiser.
him. Very well. He's a childless widower, retiring by nature, family money allowed
The
him
classical
alone
Latin
to serve the
pronunciation,
government.
Kikero. Yeah,
His wife
exactly.
was
That's
the
what I
only
thought.
daughter of Silas Byrne, who publishes a toxic rag called the Gadfly. He never liked Bledsoe. Since his wife's untimely death, Bledsoe has been repeatedly pilloried in its pages as a venal hack and toadying nincompoop.
I've read those articles. Should have recollected the name. Are the allegations unjustified?
Completely unfounded. Admittedly, he's a man of modest endowments, but he's tireless and honest, with no ambition beyond service to the Queen, and of course, staying out of harm's way. He is not an adventurer who would betray his country. Never. Though it's not strictly a question of patriotism. Regrettably, most men's loyalty is not proof against the right inducement. But Bledsoe so despises excitement of any kind, he would perish from anxiety simply contemplating such an act. Must I rummage through the bowels of the Inns of Court looking for the man? You might find his chambers, but you would not find him. Never there. Hasn't had a brief in years. He's not a man altogether comfortable with human contact. I hope Paul and Anna Carraway are well. They are, thanks to you. Lord Bromwell was financially ruined, you know. Exposure of his son's real maternity drove him over the edge. Paul and Anna are living on their own then. They prefer it that way. Sir Avery Fanshawe bought the Bromwell place, kit and caboodle, for his wife.
Yep.
So Anna is out from under the estate taxes. Who is the PB referred to in your calendar, Farthington? Perhaps I've misread your character, Holmes. You seem oblivious to the claims of privacy. I apologize, Farthington. My zeal overtook my judgment. I assume that Bledsoe is more than a casual acquaintance, Farthington? I know your methods, Holmes. You never assume when proof is available. We could waste precious time looking for Bledsoe and still come up empty. I'm stymied, Watson.
I'm sorry to hear it, Holmes, because that makes two of us. Perhaps we should move on.
I trust Farthington implicitly. Should I confide something of our mission to him?
That must be your decision, Holmes. Mycroft would expect no less.
Really? Can we?
What does Farthington's description of Bledsoe suggest to you?
He sounds a reclusive type, overly fond of tranquility, unpredictable and antisocial. Perhaps slightly unhinged.
And frightened silly, I'll wager. I should dismiss him for cause as a suspect. Nevertheless, I must speak with him. It is always a mistake to ignore the obvious. Questions, Watson?
Does it seem to you that security at the Ministry is not everything it might be?
I don't know.
It seems that security there is nothing it ought to be.
No use crying over spilt milk, I suppose.
Right. Wait till it turns rancid, then gag on it. Will you settle for the reason I wish to speak with him and trust me for the details? Of course. A document went missing from the Ministry of Defense, and Bledsoe is among the last persons known to have seen it. He subsequently moved to terminate the inquiry into its disappearance. The probable thief has now been found, dead, executed. You see my problem. As he openly signed out the document and returned it, and was not alone in his opposition to the inquiry, I don't think I can help you, Holmes.
What?
You are on a sort of unofficial fishing expedition, and Bledsoe is an excitable character of nervous
But we don't know the
disposition.
document
I
was
truly don't know where he
signed
is
out
at the
and
moment.
returned. We haven't been to the Ministry of Defense yet. I suppose that's something we find when we are there. Is the game assuming that we have already been there? Are we here early? I don't get it. That didn't make any sense to me.
I beg you to arrange a meeting with Bledsoe, Farthington. What makes you think I can do that? because I have told you nearly nothing that you have not already heard from his own mouth. What neither of you may know is that my brother's injuries resulted from an attempt on his life by those responsible for stealing the document. You are a man of probity, Holmes, but you are an aggressive investigator. Can I secure your pledge that you will neither badger nor harass Bledsoe?
About badgering.
I promise. Please, Farthington, the security of the nation may be at risk. No need to up the ante, Holmes. I take this as serious. If I can arrange a meeting, I'll send a wire to your digs. Still on Baker Street, are you? Naturally, at 221B. Fine. If my office holds no more interest for you, please see yourselves out.
Well, we need to do the rounds, of course, the inventory rounds. Okay. I guess we are done. It's weird. Maybe we weren't really supposed to know it, but maybe Partington knew it because he heard from Bledsoe and he thought we knew it. You know, it could be explained that way since we didn't say it, he did. So Farthington knew more than us. Anyway, we have been to these places. We haven't been to these two, right? And we haven't been to Ministry of Defense. If that is the case, then maybe we visit Ministry of Defense next. The security clerk's desk is extensively littered with pens, books, ribbons of various colors, matches, ink, sealing wax, the lion rampant seal, numerous paper files, and perhaps a kitchen sink or two. This man represents a type that is becoming endemic in the civil service, the public school twit. Officious and not too bright, he drinks too much and has reduced himself to a penury, standing endless rounds at his club in a vain attempt to ingratiate himself with his senior colleagues. Why so judgmental? Sturdy, hip-height oak shelves line the wall below the window sills and back against some of the reading desks. We can climb it. And the clerk couldn't care less. From this vantage point, one can see that the windows are flush to the wall, and there is a long, sheer drop to the pavement. Undisturbed, coal dust has settled there on the locks. Dozing patron tries to hide a bald spot with... I didn't actually read the last word. With boot black. Each shelf is divided into compartments which hold large manila packets. Each packet is bisected by a crimson horizontal stripe on which is recorded its documentary contents and the date of filing. The information suggests that filed materials are collected by topic. None of the recorded dates are recent. Can we go this way? Is there...
If you take another...
Oh, yes. Oh, alright, sir. Alright. Be chilled, okay? Calm down. Let's talk to this dude first then.
Hardly the most secure of rooms, Watson.
Well, the door lock would not challenge a burglar of moderate skill.
Anyone with access to the shelves could steal their contents, one document at a time.
Place runs on the honor system, like the library of a gentleman's club. No wonder security's in a muddle.
Can we learn anything more here, Watson?
About the deplorable condition of British security, I'm sure. About our case, I'm less certain.
I'd like a word with Mr. Whitney. Can you help?
I don't keep a social calendar, Mr. Holmes. Only the Queen's business is conducted here. You can't remain.
Do you know where I might find him?
For Chairman Holmes' sake, I'll tell you that Whitney's probably wasting away in his bath. Now please leave.
May I examine the premises?
Absolutely not. Leave or I'll have you charged with criminal trespass.
Really? I'm going to make a save and try.
If you take another step into the room,
Look, I'm taking steps.
If you take another...
Oh. I'm not able to take steps. Not anymore. The modest light these unsuitable oil lamps supply maximizes eye strain and discourages the reading of fine prints. Is that on purpose then? The leaded windows are inconspicuously barred on the outside. Casements are surrounded by government-issue velveteen draperies. You cannot even talk to this guy. Hey dude, come here, will you? Okay. Fine, I guess there's nothing to do here that I am finding, at least. We still have other leads though. Two more locations that we haven't been to. I'll just make sure that is indeed the case. Right, let's start with I don't know, let's start with this one. Why is it so difficult to decide? There are just two places.
Milady will receive you following her offering to the musical deities. Please give her a moment to compose herself. Oh, she's most vexed, as they must be from the sound of it.
She didn't even attempt the rest of that section, which I'm happy about. Okay, let's listen to her lovely playing. You can stop now. In accord with the flash decor of the rest of the room, the armoire is fracked with gold leaf. The cupboard is made up to appear as if it came from Versailles rather than the Edgware Road. An assortment of shawls, cloaks, and blankets are stored inside the cabinet. These uniformly hideous ivory cameos may represent Lockridge family members. Their unflattering presence confirms the commonplace that there is no accounting for tastes. I wish it was an actual recording of a bat playing though. This is digitally manipulated. Probably even MIDI. This game seems to allow using loud music as torture. Yeah, kind of. The first game had problems like that as well, by the way. I had to minimize the music volume, and even then some sections were still loud. The mastering was terrible. And it is the case this time as well. It is almost at minimum. Some arbiters of fashion might deem a large gilt-edged mirror to be an intrusive if not wholly inappropriate adornment for a sitting room. Lady Cordelia would consider them to be biased, hidebound fools. This door leads to Belgrave Square. Belgravia is gaining a reputation among the newly moneyed as a district for the quality. In a less affected venue, this antique rosewood piece would be called a desk. Lady Cordelia, one is certain, refers to it as an escritoire. What is an escritoire? Oh! Thank you. Thank you. Lawton's intended is expensively dressed and heavily corseted. Corseted. She has an aquiline nose, and not as much fair hair as she might. The very image of highborn hauteur. She may have a whalebone backboard beneath her chemise. I don't know half of those words. The fireplace is faced in Italianate marble. Modest sensibilities might find the gold-plated tending implements just the other side of excessive. I feel very inadequate when I'm playing this game, with regards to the text. Despite its name and occasional employment as a tea caddy, the ebony and brass tripod is etymologically unrelated to tea. The word is derived from two Sanskrit words meaning three-footed. Yeah. Why would tripod be etymologically related to tea? Lord Lawton will not age well. A gold-plated pergny. What is a pergny? Pergny has been converted into a candlestick holder. It sits on an elegant ebony teapot, like a pustule on Mona Lisa's forehead. Not unexpectedly, it is fitted with costly beeswax candles. Oh, because the piano stool is called a teapot. Ah, I see. So teapot means three-footed in Sanskrit. Despite its name and occasional employment as a tea caddy, the ebony and brass tripod called teapot is etymologically unrelated. Interesting. The grand piano manufactured locally by John Broadwood and Company enlivens the room. Several framed photographs sit on a piece of chintz draping which protects the walnut cabinet. Pergony, the ornamental centerpiece for a dining table, typically used for holding fruit or flowers. Thank you, Hakai. Looks like something like a coffee table, maybe. More specific use. Maybe belonging to a certain era. A Paganini etude is heavily annotated in a feminine hand. The musician is experiencing great difficulty with the piece. The Italian master's diverse tunings, called scordatura, and the use of triple stops have broken the spirit of many would-be virtuosi. Wow. He's Paganini. This fine Pembroke table has been bleached, painted, and finished in numerous coats of clear lacquer. Its moldings have been gilded in ormolu. The effect is at once unexpected and vulgar. At once, as in not instantly, but at the same time, is both unexpected and vulgar. That's an interesting use, I think. I don't remember ever hearing it being used like that. The effect is at once unexpected and vulgar. It makes sense though when you think about it. Traditionally, a woman's workbox contains sewing, embroidery, and other needlework. One would be surprised to find any of those mundane items here. Let's see, let's open it. Lady Cordelia is a secret smoker. The box contains a dozen Egyptian ovals, a flint lighter, and a cigarette holder stained with Chinese red lip gloss. A family resemblance is discernible in the photographs. Daguerreotypes, and aquatints which sit on the piano and mantel. It's not an attractive plan. One of the pictures shows a grim Lady Cordelia with her affianced. Engagement portraits. Examine. Doubtless the photographer who posed this joyless pair felt justified in overcharging for his services. Lady Luggridge's choice of frame conceals his name, which was artfully engraved in the corner of the photograph.
I believe you've exhausted your admiration for that portrait, Mr. Holmes. Put it down.
I don't think I have, actually.
If you're
Can I
that
have it?
desperate to have a likeness of me, Mr. Holmes, something can be arranged. I possess the only negative. A copy could be made.
Thank you, milady. Do not trouble yourself. The memory of it will serve me better.
What does that mean? Stop being creepy, Sherlock.
Can you identify that odor, Watson?
The unmistakable scent of wretched excess.
Moralizing aside, if you please. Is it some sort of camphorated oil?
Incense, I think, to impress the arbiters of bad taste or disguise a fouler smell.
I'd rank it somewhere between a sick ward and a low-rent perfumery. This looks like an engagement photo. I didn't see one at Lawton's.
I expect he has one, if only to display when she comes around.
We may not have exhausted his collection.
What does that mean? Did I miss something in there? Secret pictures? Secret photographs?
We have interrupted your practice session, Lady Lockridge. My apologies.
I will not satisfy your vanity, Mr. Holmes, by asking how you knew what I was doing. What do you want?
Civility would be welcome.
I had hoped your uninvited visit would be a pleasant interruption for my battle with Mozart. Alter your tone and my girl will show you the door.
Felicitations are in order, I believe. You are affianced to Lord Lawton?
He has that honour. Your visit concerns him.
I'm investigating a sensitive matter which came before his ministry committee. Lawton was unable to assist me. I thought you might be able to help.
An official investigation? Has he done something improper or dishonourable?
Lord Lawton is not the object of my investigation. I currently have no allegations to bring.
His reputation cannot stand a single sniff of scandal. I won't hear the hint of one in my home. If you have no accusations, the subject of Lord Lawton is closed.
Accusations? Why did you kill Lord Lawton?
You are a rare and flexible musician, I perceive.
Given my technique, I would have been a superb pianist. But my inspiration is consumed by the violin.
You must favour us with a selection. I'm sure Dr. Watson would think real music a wonderful change.
Those who possess the gift must share it with the less fortunate, Mr. Holmes. Noblesse oblige. And I would play for you now, but my energies are currently devoted to mastering a troublesome Paganini etude.
Another time would suit.
But
why don't you show us your Paganini skills?
I shouldn't like to disappoint you.
Oh no.
Perhaps
close your eyes, chat.
Paganini,
close your eyes.
As you insist.
No. I'm scared. I said ears. What did I say? Didn't I say ears? I said ears.
I can't think what's wrong with this instrument.
Did I say eyes? Well, close your eyes as well. Some sound may come through your eyes.
I have to return to my etude.
It's all because Lady murdered the piece. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, it's the violin's fault. You heard it. It's not her fault.
A lovely photograph of you and Lord Lawton, if I may say so.
You may, though it doesn't really show me to advantage. It marks the agreement to ally our houses. Lawton's very pleased with his. Doubtless you saw it
It's
in his
Paganini's
music
fault.
room.
Yeah, it's his fault to have written so difficult music. You're right.
Who was the lucky photographer, Lady Lockridge? He did a beautiful job.
You think so, do you? Well, if I ever see him again, perhaps I'll convey your sentiments. Given his clientele, I'm sure he couldn't care less for the good opinion of a man like you.
Might I say your decorator was inspired, Lady Lockridge? Did he take guidance from you?
Followed my instructions to the letter. As it happens, I have impeccable taste. I could have been a designer if it weren't below my station.
This is Matron, right? This is the same voice. There are like 2 female voice actors in this game. At most. Maybe it's 1. Just able to switch between the 2s. But there is no more than 2, I'm sure of that.
I sense resistance. Do you suppose she will not assist us?
I wouldn't be surprised if her manners were as abominable as her decor.
Purple appeals to some people.
The colour scheme does not signify. It's the ostrich feathers and the marble pots and the ostentatious use of gold leaf that I abhor. The sooner we vacate these premises, the better.
Sorry, I was choking on my own spit. I was busy choking. But now I'm back. I think it's the Paganini's fault. Well, let's continue.
Something you'd like to hear, Watson?
Perhaps one of your own compositions, Holmes.
Was there
Mind
vodka?
you do
No,
justice to the
no.
difficult sections, if you take my
It's
meaning.
just water.
Perfectly apt
Just water.
and instantly
Welcome,
grasped,
Braxton-wise.
Doctor.
Mitral AI glitch live on stream. Yeah, need to look at the scripts. How are you, Braxton? Good to see you. So I actually couldn't listen. Let's see. I was good. Then I started choking. Now I'm slightly better. I wouldn't be surprised if her manners were as abominable as her decor. Purple appeals to some people. Color scheme does not signify. It's the ostrich feathers and the marble pots and the ostentatious uses of gold leaf that I abhor. The sooner we vacate these premises, the better. Browse one of your own compositions. Oh. Can we play for her? Maybe. Giuseppe Guarneri, called Del Gesù, is considered the most distinguished of his family of master craftsmen. His instruments are renowned for their superb tone and brilliance. One of his violins leans against the settee. Can we play the piano? Accompany, okay.
Perhaps it would help if I played Lord Lawton's part.
It might. You couldn't play worse than he.
Watson, quick, steal the photo.
You see, it's a hodgepodge.
What a superb instrument. A Guarneri, isn't it?
To a true artist, the instrument is but a tool. Do you play, Mr. Holmes?
I dabble, Lady Lockridge. Unlike yourself, my meagre talent cannot conceal my incompetence.
I'm sure it cannot. But I was not always a master, Mr. Holmes.
You are still not a
The
master.
musical bounty you hear now is the fruit of arduous practice. Do likewise, and you may one day hope to approach my ability.
I'll look forward to that. My hat, Lady Lockridge. You've set yourself two very difficult pieces. All will be well with time and practice.
I doubt it, Mr. Holmes. Far from well. My artistic soul has been vexed and discommoded. I am displeased. The Mozart is merely challenging, but the Etude is a heartache. Either Paganini was a fool, or he has been erroneously transcribed. There are simply too many notes. This piece is entirely unplayable.
Might I presume to offer my assistance?
I can't imagine how you might help.
If I may borrow the score, I shall return.
Take it, by all means, before I rip it to shreds.
Where's the score? There are scores of notes in there. This one? Paganini Etude is heavily annotated. Okay, pick up. What do we want to do? Do we want to edit it?
Watson, let's retreat. Lady Lockridge needs solitude.
She is awful. She's terrible, yes.
What she needs is a music teacher.
And she's delusional.
Were he a lucky man with a hearing disorder.
I intend to supply the need, though my hearing is excellent.
I am guessing we are going to go back home, edit the score, you know, with up bows and down bows, down bows, show how it's played, bring it back to her, and he must apologize, yes. Well, let's talk to vegans first. Don't we also have Paganini somewhere here? Paganini to heavily annotated. Blah blah blah. Let on the effect on that. Maybe what we need to do is practice and go play for her. Is that why we took the score? Where's the violin? We cannot actually do anything with the score here. I cannot find the violin. I thought it was on this chair. I guess my presumptions were wrong. Sheet music. I remember the sheet music here correctly, but it was not Paganini.
You've often said a bill.
Quite.
Yeah. Well, what are we going to with the score then? Maybe we will go back to the Lord's Manor. Maybe the violin's in there. Oh, this is a whole new area that I never knew we could go in. The violin is here. Rondo alla Turca. Numerous original compositions are scattered about the premises. They have not become kindling on the slim chance that posterity will treat them better than the current generation of music critics have done. Okay. Emil Berliner, a German domiciled in America, designed this model a year or two ago. Waxy grooved cylinders have replaced the unpredictable tinfoil drum of Edison's phonograph. The improved quality of the reproduced sound is thrilling. The modest collection was recently improved by Lady Hell's performance of Hoffman's Barcarolle. This excellent tin and leather box, appropriated from a certain doctor, late of Her Majesty's Indian Army, serves its current user better than it did its former. Watson's case now contains an assortment of cosmetics that might impress the stage manager of provincial theatricals. It doesn't sound nice at all. Scarlatti. The modest collection was recently improved by the acquisition of some Scarlatti arias, interpreted by Sarah Sade. The modest collection was recently improved by the purchase of Liszt's performance of his own adaptation of 6 Etudes by Paganini. Oh. This is it. Practice. Now we can practice. Nice. I like this puzzle. The master has asked for a higher tuning on a conventionally bowed, it sounds of key. A small embellishment may be required for Milady's a more appropriate to accept her simple error. Small embellishment, so use pencil? No. Let's listen to List as well. No, this was List. Let's listen to Scarlatti as well. Which one was it? The stony fireplace shares a chimney with the sitting room. The mantel is a convenient repository for pipes, pouches, boxer cartridges, medicines, and other indispensable rubbish. The fender occasionally makes a decent perch. These burnished brass brackets tap into the house's gas line. The murky light which they supply may be due to the fact that their valves may have not been cleaned in recent memory. An aggregation of evening reading is stored on the wardrobe. Multiple volumes of Mumpson's masterful History of Rome are joined by C.F. McGlashan's grisly account of the Donner Party and a particularly inept translation of portions of Brothers Karamazov. The once elegant veneer of this mahogany wardrobe is scratched and chipped. One of the door hinges screams like a banshee. The cedar-lined interior is better preserved than the exterior might suggest. The mirror set in the door keeps residents from committing egregious sartorial blunders. The usual clothing of a middle-aged man of moderate means hang with some less conventional garments. Laborer's costume model.
Combined with the right cosmetics, this would do nicely.
Are we going to get into costume at some point, maybe? Working woman's costume. Maybe we will have to, at some point in the game, get into disguise or something. Go in disguise. The window's orientation never allowed more than a modicum of daylight into the room. Coal dust and the feckless housekeeping have conspired to diminish even that trifle. The fire escape, which once permitted unnoticed though dangerously egress from 22.1b, is barely visible. Or 221b. Sherlock's signature disguises. They are? Oh, I didn't know. Are they found in the books a lot? Despite Mrs. Hudson's protestations, several photographs are pinned to the wall. Whether her complaint is derived from the subjects depicted or from the defacement of her property is a moot point. Since her banishment from the room, there have been numerous additions to the collection. Scrutinize. The faces of notorious outlaws reveal little of their monstrous characters. Nothing in the visages of Wainwright, Palmer, and Ling marked them as despicable murderers they were. The first two were justly hanged. Ling and the Haymarket bomber hoist himself with a capsule of fulminic acid. Remove. Why did we remove that one?
I doubt that wretched face has any more to teach.
Picture. The face of this notorious outlaw reveals little of his monstrous character. Oh, wait, can we place this one? No. Scrutinize. Replace, we can replace. Why are we doing this? What even is this?
That face may have more to tell.
Are you sure? Who is that face anyway? Well, we'll keep that in mind. That it may be a thing. Physiognomy, science that attempted to correlate appearance and personal traits, is unknown to be a pseudoscience. Interesting. Never heard of that. Okay. Let's pay a visit to the most virtuosic
Let's be off, Watson,
violinist
while the scent is fresh.
of
I'm
the
no
19th
tracking hound,
century.
Holmes, but I know how to hunt.
Can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop? Thank you. I've got something to show you. Watch. And learn. I guess I have to talk to her.
Lady Cordelia, I may have discovered where Paganini went wrong.
Indeed? I knew it. Show me. I must know his wicked folly.
The etude requires a very unorthodox fingering. It's quite bizarre, most eccentric. It violates every convention a master like yourself could be expected to observe.
Show it, show it.
Show it. Are you
May I?
sure? I mean, this part isn't even difficult. Smash it on her head, then throw her away. It's better.
The transcriptor is a torturer and an idiot. I told Lawton at least a dozen times it had to be wrong. I'd like to wring his neck. Thank you, Mr. Holmes, for pointing out the error of his ways.
Okay, can I steal the portrait now? Are we in good terms?
Might you now tell me, my lady, why Lord Lawton has been reluctant to speak with me?
Caution, Mr. Holmes. Simple prudence. Lord Lawton is on a very short tether. The peccadillos, financial encumbrances, and legal obligations of his past meet me everywhere in town. He must avoid untoward entanglements of any sort or imperil his marriage prospects. He may regard you as a threat to his expectations.
But I bear him no ill will. I intend him no harm.
I dare say. But the road to oblivion is paved with good intentions. You are trouble incarnate, Mr. Holmes. Troubles employ you. They nurture you. And I'll wager you almost always leave trouble in your wake. Now, I must practice. You can see yourselves out.
Is this where we break the violin on her head?
What can you tell me about Lord Lawton's man, Jenkins?
He's too forward by half, for starters. Lord Lawton allows him to play billiards, for heaven's sake. A prescription for encouraging a servant to get above himself.
Perhaps they enjoy the competition.
Nonsense. It's an unhealthy passion. I've told Jenkins that his behaviour is unseemly. He continues to spite me. When we combine households, he'll be looking for work, sans references.
Can I steal the photo now? A slight but awkward manipulation of the frame renders a portion of the photographer's Gary's signature visible. He's someone Hargrove, Esquire. Can we?
Lady Lockridge, who is Mr. Hargrove?
Discovered a secret, have you? I suppose you've earned it. Edward Hargrove, Mount Street, is the demi-monde's current darling. Dubious clientele. Persistent, disagreeable rumours. But Lawton insisted. And he did a good job. Still, a woman of my standing and position can't afford to be associated with such a person. He's not unimpeachably respectable.
Can we steal it?
If you're that desperate to have a...
Thank you, milady.
I think we are done here. Okay, we are done here. So I think I will end here. There is one more place we haven't been to, and Hargrove Studios is new. We have never been here. Fanshave's Pile. This just popped up. Everywhere else we have been to. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go here and save, and next stream we are going to
Lady
start
Fanshawe,
from here.
I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Was I expecting you? Where's that butler? Are you the workman I ordered? I have some fascinating ideas for this foyer.
Great. Another noble that we have to deal with. What was it? Warshave? Something like that, I don't know. Something. Red Lady. There we go. Let's stop the timer. Yeah, this game is long. There is so much text as well. It's fun though. It's good. Good writing. And it's mostly writing. A lot of dialogue. Of course, Pat. My pleasure. Where do we go though? Where do we go now? Let's raid Andlog. Andlog is playing Siberia too. Nice. Love that game. Let's go and say hi to Andlog. And yeah, I love Siberia too. It's a great game. 1 and 2, they are perfect. Great masterpieces of point-and-click adventures, I think, in my opinion. And yeah, and Log is also very cool. Good streamer, plays a lot of good games. And I occasionally lurk over there. Really chill, nice streams. But yeah, I shall be back on Friday with Kingmaker. Excited to continue Act 2 and show you what I did off stream. Yeah, Kingmaker. I keep wanting to play more, but I cannot. It has to be on stream. I cannot play more. I have exhausted what I can do on stream.
What's a little risk?
So yeah, Kingmaker Friday. On Monday we are going to play Woozy Dice's requests of Cards Nights, and I'm going to be back to this game on Tuesday. We are going to continue Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes 2, Cares of the Rose Tattoo on Tuesday and Wednesday. So, hope to see you soon. Until then, take care of yourselves and be well, and goodbye for now.